You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday, October 21st, 2022 at around 11 p.m. And we are continuing our playthrough of Hunt the Killer's Blair Witch Season 1. Last night we played the first two episodes, the first two boxes. It took us about 7 hours, and today, if all goes well, we'll play box 3 and box 4. I'll talk a little bit about that in a second, about that plan. But for some preliminaries, if you haven't watched yesterday's playthrough, then you should not be watching this one. It won't make any sense. Even if you have watched yesterday's playthrough, if you think you might want to play this game yourself, you could stop watching once we start actually playing, buy the game, play it yourself, and come back and watch how we did afterwards. If the chat could let me know if everything's okay. I see we have the gang from last night here. Let's see. So I did want to talk about, I think we should talk a little bit about yesterday's session, our initial impressions, and then, but I want to start by talking about the plan to play 2 boxes each session, which is a little odd. Especially because the game we've been playing most frequently lately has been the play-by-mail sessions. Those are like an 45 minutes each session. And most of our sessions are quite long, but it's a little bit of an odd choice to play 2 boxes per night, per session. If it takes us about 3.5, 4 hours to play each box, yesterday felt right, but it went over 7 hours, and we just wrapped up the second box at the, we couldn't have gone on too much longer. So there's no strict reason we have to play 2 boxes each night. We just thought we would because then we could finish this in a weekend. But I think we should, and let me know in the chat what you think of this, we should allow ourselves the option to only play 1 box in a night. For example, tonight, maybe if the boxes are as short as they've been, fine, we can get 2 done. But I don't want to feel rushed to wrap up a box if we don't think we're quite ready, just so that we can get it in and get it done. And I think, there's a danger of being 4 hours into the session, opening the next box, and then feeling some pressure to finish it before we run out of energy after 8 hours. So I'm leaving open the possibility that we'll stop after 1 box one of these nights, or that we can just play 2 boxes as far as we get, but not feel compelled to solve that box before we end the session. Okay, that's the first thing. The next thing I wanted to actually remark on is Logan said something about, Logan Hill said, if this is sustainable, I will be checking BGG for the highest rated long form cases. Okay. So first comment about that is that this is new to us, playing this full season of Hunt a Killer, 6 boxes. But there are a couple more of these. Hunt a Killer has a bunch of these full season long boxes. There are also a couple other companies that make these long season ones. One of the longest is Cozy Killer, that they have 3 or 4 cases now. And we've ordered one called the Hidden Listener. That's one of the most expensive subscription boxes. We'll see how that goes. But the other thing I wanted to tease is that if you're interested in long cases, keep your eye open for a video I'm going to record maybe this weekend that's related to that. Maybe this weekend, maybe next week. Okay, what other things should we talk about before we get started? Jonathan posted some thoughts on our first session of the first 2 boxes on the YouTube video. I've talked before about how one of my favorite things about doing this YouTube channel is being able to discuss these games. And so part of that is, after 7 hours, it's not all in your mind what you want to say. So it's nice to read comments afterwards, after you've had a night to sleep on it. And Jonathan is particularly good at summing up stuff afterwards. And I think Jonathan summed up his thoughts, and I agree with him about the first session of playing this game. There were some real highs and lows, but I think sort of the story and emotion and the audio was very high quality and very engaging, and we wanted something creepy for Halloween, and I think that's succeeding. But it is interesting that before this, we played a game from Deadbolt Mystery Society called The Cabin in a small box. And those boxes retail for like $30, and this would retail for like $100 to $150 or more if you got this on subscription. And it felt like, in terms of gameplay, that $30 box is looking quite compelling stacked up against the idea of paying $150 for this. Now, of course, we've only played a third of this, so that's just preliminary thoughts. But based on sort of the quantity, the amount of gameplay so far in the Hunt a Killer set, doesn't feel like we got $30 well, $60 on our last session from the 2 boxes. But we'll see. I mean, it depends where you rate what's important to you. Story, sort of the props and stuff. You have to say the props in this game were pretty impressive so far, but that's not at the high end of my priority list. So it's going to be interesting to see. So far, this is meeting my sort of prejudices of Hunt a Killer, that it's about flash and less about serious mystery, but we'll see. And I do feel like last part of that is that we were keeping some detailed notes in the beginning of like each person and could they be a suspect. And then at the end of the last session, I was like, if this is a supernatural case, perhaps it's not important for us to keep track of each of these people who are not unlikely to turn out to be involved in some conspiracy, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, anything else anyone else wants to talk about in the chat before we get started? A reminder, in addition to the mystery video that I've teased in the next couple days, long form cases, a reminder that I will be doing a live channel update Q&A on November 2nd. So I hope you will join me for that. I always worry that there'll be nothing to talk about and no one to talk to during those, which is okay, but might be nice to have some people stop by. And you haven't noticed, no one has noticed that there's something new on the shelf that you have not picked up on yet. The little meta game. We are going to play some more Deadbolt Society soon. Jonathan Warner has spotted it, although it's not ISIS Vanguard, it's ISS Vanguard. ISIS Vanguard would be a different game. Quite a different game, not set in space. Yeah, ISS Vanguard, which I kickstarted a long time ago when it got a huge amount of hype. But I'll probably sell that without playing it. That's the kind of game that I would play with Greg in person, but unlikely to play on the channel. And over the years, I've got more and more, my tolerance for dice rolling has gone down and down and down and down. So it's not really something I enjoy, and there's quite a bit of dice rolling. But from a game design perspective, the thing that got me to purchase ISS Vanguard was this idea of doing construction and upgrades between games as part of a campaign. So I was quite sold on that, but I think probably it'll not get played now. Probably get sold. And I'm not even, like, that's the kind of game I would play with Greg, but I'm not even sure Greg would like that game, so I don't know. All right. Jonathan asks, have you had a chance to try out My Father's Work yet? I have not. I do plan to get it to the table sooner or later, but I have not. I get yelled at. You don't know. You're my new friends now on YouTube. But my real life friends yell at me for not playing games with them more in real life. YouTube has turned into my little happy place. As an introvert, I've found that it's somehow less stressful than getting together with real humans. So I do get yelled at by my friends, and they do want to play My Father's Work. Eventually it will get played. Logan says, I would like to play it at least once to see what the designers were trying to do, talking about ISS Vanguard. Yeah, well, it's getting very good reviews, so it looks like it is living up to the hype. All right, let's recap and get into our next box. What do we remember from yesterday? A 15-year-old kid goes missing in the forest, Liam. His mother, Rosemary Kent, contacts us, says the police here are not doing anything about this. They've given up. I need you to come in and try to solve the case. And she has been sending us these boxes. The boxes are coming from her. The first box was sort of the cold case. It's been several months now since Liam went missing. And in each box, we've had an assignment from Rosemary. Please tell me, figure this out, this piece of the puzzle out, and then I'll be able to advance, figure out more. First puzzle was, where was Liam going on the night he disappeared? That involved a little bit of a timeline puzzle. We figured out he was hanging out at the basement of the Historical Museum of Burkittsville, which used to be called Blair. This whole town is paranoid and superstitious about a witch in the forest getting revenge on the townspeople. And it turned out that Liam has been spending a lot of time in the forest. And in fact, his father was a logger, craftsman, builder, died in the forest by a giant tree, smashed him while Liam was there. He pushed Liam out of the way. He gets killed in this gruesome way. Liam has been going to the forest and wondering if the forest is sort of some supernatural place where time stands still and people disappear, and he's got maybe some theories that maybe his dad's still not alive but walking around as a spirit or something. And he's encountered this man in the forest who's been watching him for a year or so, and he finally makes contact with this man through some encoded messages that we decrypt. And this man, if it is a man, is a very creepy person. We turn out his name is the Carver. He's carved this figure of Liam. And he says, I'm not a friend, I'm not a foe, I'm not alive, I'm not dead. I feel the spirit of the witch pulling me in weird directions or something. And then he seems to be a sort of a... what would you say? Like, he doesn't seem threatening for the most part. Liam says, the guy says, are you scared of me? I know your name. And Liam says, well, I'm a little bit scared, but I've seen you for a year watching me from the forest. So if you wanted to hurt me, you would have done so already. He says, what's your name? The guy says, or the spirit says, the Carver. You can call me Carver. And he's carved this figurine of Liam, it seems. And, but then he says a weird thing about, like, I heard your mom screaming, just yelling at you just because you wanted to go your own way or something. And then he says, the kid says something like, can you help my father or something? Is my father still alive? And this person says, well, I just want to reunite families. And if you want to reunite with your father, I'll help you do it, which sounds a little ominous. And Liam says, yes, let's do it tomorrow night. And then Liam disappears. That was the end of the second box, eventually. Basically, the first box said, find out where Liam was going. The second box said, find out the name of the man that Liam was talking to or met. When we reported this back to Rosemary Kent through her website, she totally freaked out. She said, I know who this Carver is. The name rings a bell. In the 90s, he abducted a boy. The current sheriff's uncle was in charge back then, and they never found him, something like that. And she's totally freaked out that her kid is now being molested, attacked, or whatever by this Carver person. From her standpoint, it's this evil man or something that I guess they never caught. And so the last we heard from her, she's going to the sheriff. She's gonna get him to reopen the search parties now that they know Carver is out there, that they're going to actually take some action to try to find him. And I think that's where we are. Did that sum up the case, basically? As far as puzzles and mysteries, almost everything was deciphering codes. We had 3 different codes. One was very annoying, a cute gimmick with a black light, but very annoying to decrypt. The second one was a pigpen cipher that was very simple. The third one was the actual enjoyable cipher that we figured out through some constraint satisfaction, and you can watch us do that on the stream last night. Okay, so let's get out our box 3 and let's open it up. And we'll put this down. All right. So let's open up our third box and see what we've got. We were discussing at some point yesterday whether the rules say go to the website when you're ready to solve it, and then when you go to the website you read Rosemary's current blogs, then you give her information. And Jonathan was saying, I wonder if we shouldn't change the order that we do some of that so that we read her blogs at the beginning of the case to give us a little, to help us get some context, which I think might have worked better. Like it might, when we solve the last 2 boxes, when we go to the website, it's a new website, and so there's lots of blogs to read, and it feels like at that point we're ready to solve it and we're sort of tired, and it might be nice to, if the game had switched that up and gave us more of a intro with her blogs. So maybe we'll take a look at what's in here, see if it directs us to a website at first. If not, maybe we'll consider whether we should read her website first. All right, let's open this box up and see what we've got. All right, it's the standard contents. And then check all documents for clues, decipher all coded messages, help Rosemary complete her objectives. So far, they've all said that for our assignment. And then it says when you know Rosemary's answer, go to her webpage. Okay. So same as everything else, same as all the other cases. I really dislike this part about how they really don't want you to resell this. Maybe I'll just cut this time. It feels like they're just making this hard to open just so that you can't repackage it for someone else. Feels wrong to me. So far, we have not been writing on anything and not destroying any material so that we can pass this along. I think we'll try to keep doing that, especially since this case doesn't seem to be, oh, that's weird. It doesn't seem to be so much about, I don't know what I was going to say. Less about mystery and more about theme. Okay, so we've got a piece of wood here. It's actually wood. It feels like it might actually be a tree. It's a little light though, but it's got some carvings in it. And then we've got a piece of something that looks like you could maybe draw with it. Yeah, it's like a block of crayon. A little bit of chip that probably I don't want to get on anything. Okay, let's read. It feels pretty thin actually today, this box's contents. This is its main piece. Okay, we recognize that symbol maybe. But these don't, if from the cipher last time, but these don't look familiar. All right, let's read the note from Emily. She says, Detective, the tide is turning. The search parties have resumed, and I know I have you to thank. When Sheriff Lanning decided to end them a few months back, I told him he was wrong to stop looking, and now he's finally admitted that he's made the wrong call. I'm going to have to use these if I want to read it from the screen. Okay. I told him he was wrong to stop looking, and now he's finally admitted that he made the wrong call. If we'd been searching for all of this time, I'm sure that we would have already found Liam by now. But I'm not going to allow myself to get wrapped up thinking about all that wasted time when there's this much work to do. Despite the setbacks and challenges, we're still making good progress. Great progress, actually. We found some more of Liam's things. I swear we'd searched by the old creek a dozen times already, but when I heard one of the volunteers shout, I went running over there, and there they were. I recognized his handwriting immediately. He was there at some point. Looks like he was trying to hide some trouble he got into at school. That poor boy was going through so much, and I never even knew the half of it. There were other things we found sitting right alongside those papers of his that made no sense at all. Anthony recognized a book that went missing from the museum less than a week ago. How could that have possibly been with the rest of Liam's belongings? There was another thing we found out there too, something I wish we hadn't, a message from Carver. It was addressed to me. In that note, he mentions taking something else, as if he hasn't already taken enough. I should mention, one of the things I forgot to note is that there's a definite connection with this family and this town. The Rosemary Ken who's hired us, her sister Jess left town years ago and doesn't want to talk about it to anyone, and there's some rumors about stuff going on with her, so we haven't solved that yet. Okay, she says, there's no denying it's been taxing. And not just for me either. For a lot of the folks here in Burkittsville, this isn't their first search party, not by a long shot. Most people refuse to set foot into the forest, and those who are willing to head inside usually end up turning their own paranoia into a self-fulfilling prophecy. Take a look at the search party reports and you'll see what I mean. People let their eyes play tricks on them out there. The blame for that doesn't rest entirely on them. The geography of this place is admittedly pretty confusing. Liam was studying a topography book for some reason we don't know as well. Hud always used to say, that's the father, who died. Hud always used to say the forest had a mind of its own, and I'm only now starting to really understand what he meant. It'd be foolish to expect the woods to stay the same over time, but you'd think by now we'd have at least a few sections committed to memory. No, somehow it always feels like you're walking into the unknown. Tank has been a huge help, though. Even when we think we've reached a dead end, that dog is urging us forward toward my son and the man who took him away from me. What Carver wrote to me makes my blood boil every time I so much as think about it. That arrogant son of a bitch thinks he can tear my life away from me and rub it in my face, but maybe this is him becoming overly confident. From what I understand, criminals tend to do that just before they get caught. Maybe if we find out exactly what he's planning on doing next, we can set some sort of trap for him, or at least prevent whatever it is he's going to try to do. If you're able to figure out what it is that Carver wants, let me know using the tip line. Okay, so she wants to figure out what Carver plans to do, and she says, he's still out there, I can feel it, Rosemary. Okay, so that's our assignment from this case. Figure out what Carver wants. Okay, what have we got here? Burkittsville Sheriff's Office. Are these the search report? These are just, yes, these are search reports. Then we have another incident from Anthony at the History Museum. Let's just look through our documents. Then we've got, this is the book he said was found by Liam's stuff that was checked out recently. Whoa, it's a big, long book we're going to have to read. Of witches and other warnings. This is where Hunt a Killer seems to shine. I mean, these are as good a little actual rich props of any we've seen in any of these games. It's a very impressive production. And then these are some of Liam's school stuff. Looks like a letter, another note from his father, disciplinary action. She said he's been having trouble in school, and a little couple drawings maybe made with this chalk. Okay, so not that much in this packet, but some substantial reading for us to do. So let's get started. All right. Better for me if I read this off the screen, so we'll try to do it this way. Okay, Burkittsville Sheriff's Office, Deputy Dwight Weathers. Gotta get this in the close-up camera. There we go. Okay, here we go. Deputy Dwight Weathers. This is the deputy who investigated the museum and kept saying, "Why are you bringing me out here for nothing? Nothing's going on." He says, expedition was scheduled to begin at exactly 0900 hours on Sunday, beginning near the History Museum where Liam Kent's possessions were discovered, and branching out into the Black Hills Forest, which borders the back end of the building. In total, 32 civilian volunteers arrived before we split off into groups. I led a group of 11 individuals into the Black Hills Forest. My group headed due north and stuck to that direction for the entirety of the day. I ordered the volunteers to arrange themselves in a single row, leaving 6-foot gaps between each individual for optimal coverage of the forest floor, and I urged each person to proceed with a clear head and their full attention. Less than 20 minutes into the search, several volunteers began to ask questions about the Blair Witch. In accordance with Sheriff Lanning's orders, I forbade discussions of such incendiary topics. We covered ground efficiently, discovering nothing but naturally occurring debris. At one point, one civilian insisted that there was smoke visible in the distance, although I saw nothing of the sort when they attempted to point out the smoke to me. Throughout this process, several volunteers sustained minor injuries, including one twisted ankle and several small scratches from nearby thorn bushes. By 10:30, several of my assignees requested to return to town, citing fatigue, though I believe they were afraid to continue much deeper into the forest. At this point, we had reached a dense area where not much sunlight penetrated the canopy of trees above us, and the temperature dropped by at least 10 degrees in an uncomfortable chill. My efforts to dissuade the volunteers from leaving proved fruitless, and 5 members of my team ventured back, intending to use the markers we had been leaving throughout the forest as guides. The remaining 7 of us soldiered on. I allowed my volunteers to break for lunch in a small hollow at 1200 hours. At this point, I could sense morale was especially low, and while I blame the general lack of wilderness preparation, 2 of my volunteers wore dress shoes, I nevertheless did my level best to offer comfort. We should say that the father tells a whole story about discovering a hollow in the forest, finding a stump with white bark that corresponds to the legend of where the Blair Witch was killed, and that hollow and that white stump seemed to have magical powers. He left notes in there and they seemed to come true. That's how he met his wife, and that's where he's left notes for his son that his son has been given by Carver. It was during this break at around 12:15 that my group heard the sound of a woman screaming. It was difficult to determine the precise direction from which the screams had come, as the sound echoed through the clearing and seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. At the time, I attempted to radio my fellow officers to better triangulate the sound, but my device malfunctioned at that moment and would emit only a crackling static. I directed my 6 volunteers to remain in the hollow while I attempted to track down the source of the scream, leaving markers to trace the path I took through the forest. Throughout this time, my radio continued to malfunction. After nearly 30 minutes of searching, I came to the conclusion that the best course of action would be to regroup and to pursue the noise only once I had adequate technology and backup. When I attempted to return, I failed to locate any of the trail markers that I had left behind me. I was later debriefed that a member of Officer Howard's volunteer team sustained a severe compound fracture amongst other injuries. I assumed that this noise must have carried to the clearing. I'm not sure I understand. Oh, maybe he's not done. Someone got injured. He's sure the noise must have carried, so he's continuing here. He says, "It took me almost 3 hours to find my way back to the hollow and my 6 volunteers, who were in the middle of a screaming fight with one another about how best to proceed. Had I abandoned them, or if some terrible fate had befallen me? I de-escalated the situation and directed us to head back south to our original meeting point. The trail markers we had used to mark our northern journey appeared to be untouched. However, minutes into our trek south, at precisely 1558, we began to discover symbols carved into the trunks of the trees we had marked. While most of the symbols were inscrutable to me, some appeared to be humanoid in shape. I would have taken photographs of them, but I realized I did not have my camera with me and that I must have left it at the hollow. At this point, I lost control of my team. I attempted to regain control of the situation and instill an air of calm, but this effort was defeated by one volunteer who began frantically claiming she saw someone watching us through the trees. Neither I nor the other 5 volunteers saw what she had seen, but nevertheless, we proceeded south on high alert. My party exited the woods just before nightfall at 17:22. So ends Deputy Dwight Weathers' report. All right, looks like we've got another report from a different officer. This is Michelle Howard speaking to us. Her report. Let's see what she says. Officer Michelle Howard. I connected with my 11 volunteers at 0900 on the dot and established our manner of approach. Should anyone come across any personal effect or sign of human activity in the forest, they were to immediately notify me. Several members of my group expressed concern with venturing into the Black Hills forest, and I did my best to calm their nerves despite being slightly on edge myself. Deputy Weathers was already on site and did little to ease the tension. I confirmed that each person was equipped with adequate supplies: whistles to get my attention, bottles of water, visibility vests, flashlights, evidence bags, and flags to mark any places of discovery or interest. We established the back of the History Museum as our starting point and headed east from there. So they spread off in different directions, the different groups. Our group progressed for about an hour, eventually coming to the creek that had already been the subject of several prior searches for Liam Kent. It was when we attempted to pass over this creek at approximately 10:05 that an injury occurred. One volunteer slipped down a steep embankment, falling into the creek itself. I was able to recover her, but it was immediately clear that she had become gravely injured. Several inches of the bone of her right forearm was exposed, and she was bleeding heavily from a long gash in her head. Ouch. I dressed the volunteers' injuries as best as I could with the medical supplies I had on hand and attempted to radio for medical backup. But my radio began to malfunction. Common theme here. Several of my volunteers attempted to call medical services from their phones, but none of them were able to get a signal that far into the forest. As I was reluctant to split up my group for fear of individuals becoming lost, I felt there was no option but to attempt to escort the volunteer back to our meeting point on foot and contact medical services from the radio in my vehicle. The injured volunteer became groggy and unfocused at this point, mumbling nonsensical phrases under her breath. Myself and another volunteer carried her, doing our best to help her maintain consciousness. After walking back west for about half an hour, my group came across a small hollow. The injured volunteer expressed the desire to sit and rest for a time, and I obliged her. So both groups have found a hollow, different hollow presumably. It was in this hollow that I discovered a camera. Oh, it is this. Sounds like the the hollow that the previous deputy was at, because he said he left his camera there. Within this hollow, I discovered a camera which I recognized as property of the sheriff's office. I realized that another group of volunteers must have left it behind accidentally. My group rested for about 20 minutes before pressing forward. It might be nice to trace the timelines. Where do these timelines make sense for the previous group leaving this hollow before this group arrived? After another 20 minutes of walking back towards our meeting point, I realized the sun appeared to be near setting, even though it was not yet 12 o'clock, according to my clock. The injured volunteer began to groan and talk about becoming wounded, condemned to the forest. I urged my group to push forward. I guess the other thing is one group went north, one group went east, and then somehow they're in the same hollow. That shouldn't happen. After another 10 minutes, we emerged from the forest back at our original meeting point at the History Museum. Running into Deputy Weathers' group, I was finally able to radio medical services. The display on my watch was 17:24. Okay. All right, now we've got another officers group. Here's Gail Cooper reporting. Logan Hill says, sounds like the timeliness and geography are useless for these reports. Yeah. Officer Gail Cooper, what does she say? My 10 volunteers and I embarked from our rendezvous point at 0900, heading due west. So one group went north, one group went east, this group's going west. About 45 minutes into our search, one volunteer shouted, drawing the group's attention to something he had discovered. It was a dead bird. At first glance, it appeared that the bird had perhaps fallen out of its nest and landed at the base of a tree. However, it soon became clear that someone had mutilated the animal. The bones of its wings had been removed and jammed into its own eye sockets. Okay, this is creepy. The volunteer claimed he followed the sound of a crying animal to that spot, but he must have been mistaken because this bird had clearly been dead for a long time. Judging by its smell, I convinced him to move along. After that, I could tell that a number of my team members had a hard time focusing. Hoping to calm down my group, I called for an early lunch break at 1100. Rosemary Kent, who was one of my group's members, had brought some sandwiches from the diner, and my team took half an hour to eat and regain some energy in a small hollow before pressing onward. Okay, they're in a hollow too. Same hollow? Still following my compass west, I led my group until we came upon a creek. This was strange, as I had been certain that the only creek in the immediate area was the one to the east of the History Museum, which we had searched many times before. Nevertheless, I directed my party to scan the creek and surrounding woods. So yeah, it looks like geography and time is all messed up in this place. Okay. Minutes into our scan of the area, at approximately 11:52, we found Liam Kent's belongings. I asked my volunteers not to touch anything, and I took photos of the scene. I marked the location in case we need to come back for a more thorough search of the area. I then attempted to radio the news of my discovery out to the other groups, but found that my device was malfunctioning. Although Rosemary Kent urged me to press onward, I decided that it was more important to enter the items we had already found into evidence. Additionally, I could not in good conscience guide the group further into the woods without a reliable radio. I like it. Good, careful police work. We began to follow our compass back east to our initial rendezvous point. Within minutes, we encountered five members of Deputy Weathers' team, who informed us that they had decided to leave the search early but had become lost in the woods, taking almost 3 hours to make a trip that should have taken half as long. Despite having followed the trail markers they initially set out due south. They must have wandered off course and found my group's trail markers instead. We walked east for another hour until we reached the rendezvous point. Despite the fact that we had spent at least 4 hours in the forest, the sun appeared not to have barely left its position at all. I checked my watch and discovered that it was 09:55 and that less than an hour appeared to have passed since we first embarked. So it feels like they're sure it's 4 hours, but they come back and it's only been an hour. Once we process Liam's things, I highly recommend that we get them released to the mother of the missing boy as soon as possible. I think it would mean a lot to her. Jonathan says, Logan says 3 officers, 3 different stories. Rashomon world. And John says a full-on Rashomon game would be cool. I don't think we've played something exactly like that. If people don't know, Rashomon is an Akira Kurosawa movie, quite a famous one, that tells the same story. Basically, it's the story of a woman's rape in a forest in samurai times, and something like that, and told from 3 different perspectives. Quite famous. Definitely not my favorite Akira Kurosawa movie, but gets referenced quite a bit, and here's one example of it. All right. So we finished with the detective statements. 3 detectives, 1 goes north, 1 goes west, 1 goes east. All 3 groups find a hollow. All 3 groups, their radios malfunction. 1 group finds Liam's things. All right. Next up is another report from Anthony Rapinoe at the History Museum. Let's see what he says. He says, I know this incident has already been deemed unworthy of report, but I need it on the record. Over the past several days, I've been finding the museum's 1 copy of Witches and Other Warnings where it shouldn't be. That's this book here. Let's get it out. Okay, so he's reporting that this book, he's been finding it in weird places. Okay. I've been finding the museum's 1 copy of Witches and Other Warnings where it shouldn't be. At first, it was on the floor near its shelf, where it easily could have fallen if not shelved correctly. Then a few hours after I put it back, however, I found it on the floor of my office, then on top of my desk. Each time it's shown up out of place, I've reshelved it in its proper position. Sounds like someone wants us to find it, wants him to find it, and maybe it's Carver doing this, because we know Carver was hanging out in this museum after hours, and we know so was Liam. Okay, so he reshelves it. Just now, when I stepped away from my desk for less than a minute, I came back to find it on my desk and opened to the poem about the towering man. I have no idea who would be moving it. We've seen very little foot traffic in the past few days and none whatsoever today. No matter how you look at the situation, we've got one of 3 things on our hands. A carbon monoxide leak, a truly masterful prankster, or a case of supernatural interference. So he's saying either a carbon monoxide leak, which is making me lose my mind, or a prankster or supernatural interference. Another update. I just looked up from writing this report and the book is gone. I'm closing this place up early today. Okay, and then the book is found next to Liam's stuff in the forest. Maybe this Carver realized that Anthony's not going to pay any attention to this, and he's taking it where other people can find it. Anthony is the old family friend. We have no reason to suspect him of any wrongdoing. Everything he said seems reasonable so far. Okay, and it's open to the poem of the towering man. So here is that poem, The Towering Man. We'll read this, of course, in a little bit. Let's continue through the rest of the documents. Remember, our mission is to figure out what Carver was trying to accomplish. Is that what she says? Find out what Carver wants. Sounds like Carver wants us to pay attention to this book and this poem. That looks like Carver. Well, we don't know what Carver looks like, I should say. But we know he's tall, 6 foot something from the report. Okay. And this, I can see, was written by Anthony Rapinoe. Yes, that's what Logan just noticed before I did. Book editor is Anthony Rapinoe. I wonder if I need to get out my pen and look for secret messages in this. But the secret messages were left by the kid, Liam, and I don't think he's the one messing with this book. Okay, so let's look at the trouble that Liam was having at school. Let's start with this. Disciplinary action notice, South Woodland Academy, Liam Kent. Teachers Megan Prince. We haven't heard of her before. Notice to parents. The purpose of this notice is to inform you that a disciplinary incident involving the student, You're urged to cooperate with the corrective action initiated today. Reasons for discipline, violence. Nature of incident. Liam was caught attacking another student on school grounds about an hour after classes had ended for the day. Liam was straddling the other guy and clawing at his face. Liam's brother, who Liam was about to walk home from school, was present for the altercation and was begging his older brother to stop. Liam kept shouting, "Shut up, skunk." Fight was broken up by a faculty member. No reason for the altercation was given by either of the boys. Present action. They held a conference with the student placed on probation. Please remind your student of the importance of obeying school rules and ask for cooperation so that the incident will not occur again. We heard about a fight he had with the kid at the library. That seemed very similar. Although I believe in that case it was the other kid calling Liam skunk, telling him to show up or something. We know Liam's been acting out since his father died and since all this stuff. So we're not sure. Oh, I see. Begging his older brother to stop, Liam kept shouting, "Shut up, skunk." You're right. It was, I'm misremembering it. It was his brother that Liam called skunk. Okay, that's going to be relevant for us. Tristan was skunk. Now I remember. In the interview with Tristan, the younger brother tells us that Liam sometimes calls him skunk because Liam thinks he doesn't like it, but he actually does like being called skunk. Okay, so I can feel that's going to come up. Someone's going to say something about skunk, and we're supposed to know that it's the brother Tristan that's being referred to. Okay, good catch, Logan. All right, so there's his report. I think that's what that was about. All right, let's put this back in here and see what else we've got. So we've got 3 more documents here. Let's just make sure that there's nothing else hidden in here that we've missed. Okay, so guess what there is? Look. Look what I see in here. This is why you gotta check these things. Okay, TKE. Let's make a note of that somewhere. You can see how some group might miss that and have a very unpleasant time if that's important. Okay, so TKE. Nothing else Remember from our remedial detective school video, you always check the back of documents. And now you can add to that to check inside things. And you could imagine that he could write on this with some secret ink too. So maybe we should be looking for that. Let's not forget to do that before we finish. I'll have to get it from box 1. The blue light. Okay, let's see what these 3 documents look like. So we've got a note from his father. We know that's the stationery the father used. We've got this, looks like a tree with a hole in it and someone buried underneath it. And then this, which looks like it matches this. Is it exact? It's pretty close. Like this is the same. But then this isn't quite the same. Similar, but not exactly the same. Sure looks like this lower part though matches this part here, but not exactly. Not exactly. This is interesting because this looks a little bit like some of the characters we've found. I wonder, is it, if you look at this and look at this, there's some differences. It's not just that one got added to and one didn't though. But it almost makes you think like, it looks like this line might be missing. It almost like, looks like something got erased here. Like this line was continued and this line was continued but got erased. Interesting. Okay, let's see if we're going to hear about someone who drew this. Okay, let's start. I guess we'll start here. Bring these out. All right, let's start with this one. I don't know if anyone's ever gonna find this. If they do, I guess it might be on my body. But bodies go unrecovered in these woods all the time. My name is Liam. Please tell my mom and brother that I'm sorry. I thought that I was gonna bring us all back together, but I was wrong. He said he'd bring me to my dad, but all we've done for what feels like days is walk deeper into the forest. Well, this is scary. He's with Carver now. There aren't any birds or deer. There's only Carver. I can't remember the last time I ate, but I don't feel hungry. Empty, but not hungry. We've been walking in circles. I miss my mom. I miss my brother. I miss Tank. I don't like the way he looks at me, like he knows everything about me. Sometimes he laughs at nothing. Twice he's told me to keep it down, like he was listening to something I didn't say out loud. When I ask him about Dad, he laughs. Mostly he insists we're making progress, but that's insane. He's insane. We reached a clearing with a hollow stump in the middle, surrounded by carvings. We made a fire. I stay near it to stay warm, but I never look into the fire. I see terrible things when I look into it. We haven't moved from this spot in a long time. I don't know what we're waiting for, and he doesn't answer my questions. Sometimes he leaves for hours at a time. I never know he's back until I hear him breathing. Sticks don't break where he walks. Okay, well that is pretty creepy. It looks like he's drawn the guy's eye. I don't know that any of this is anything other than drawings. That's creepy. That is creepy. He disappeared again. I'm going to make a run for it. I can sometimes see the North Star in the sky. If I head away from it, I should be able to get back to town. It's so dark and cold and I'm so tired. I don't know how long I've been out here, but I can't sleep. I'm too scared. It's always so silent until I try to sleep. Then the noises come. Screeching and laughing and crying and growling. I just have to keep moving. I could sense that I've been going south for days without veering off course once, but I ended up back at the hollow just the same. He was waiting for me there. He looked up from the fire and laughed at me. Tried to run again. He said stop, and I stopped. I didn't want to, but my body just listened. He finally told me what he wants. I guess he told me before. I ever followed him into here, but I just didn't listen. I want to throw up, but there's nothing in my stomach. Gotta be careful what I leave lying around. I'm using everything Dad taught me. I wish that I had my light with me, but I'm glad that I had plenty of pens in my pocket when I left, including a special one. Okay, well, we know what that means. Clearly that he's written with invisible ink on here somewhere. So we are going to have to get that invisible ink out because he's now saying he's got one of his invisible ink pens. We'll come back to that. I see that John is in the chat. Point was tinkering. John is one of my oldest friends here in Champaign. He is a electronics expert. He's given me some tutorials on electronics and a very good programmer and tinkerer, and he's doing some very fun coding and stuff. And maybe John will come over on Halloween with his wife to play some games in person. Maybe we can talk electronics. Okay, what have we got? So we've only got one more document to read. Before we look, we still have to go to the invisible ink. And I see also we have Martin here. Is Martin the author of the Detective, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective case? Is that the same Martin that's here? Or am I misdetectiving? I talked about the new Sherlock Holmes, not new, but new to us, fan case that we're planning on playing soon. I think it was Martin that sent it to me, that wrote it. And I'm wondering if this is the same Martin. While we're waiting for that, we will read this last message. Now, this is a little interesting because it looks like there's some sort of bled through writing almost from one of the other notes. Remember, we've got a bunch of these notes on this same stationery. And in fact, I guess this is just regular. Remember, one of the odd things about the father's stationery is the father wrote it many years ago and buried it in the forest. And Liam says, how could this possibly exist? And it's Carver that gives him this. All right, so let's go take a look at this. Remember, Rosemary in her note says that the note was addressed to her from Carver. Rosemary, I know you've been dying to find me, with dying bolded. I know you've been dying to find me. I can feel you begging in your sleep. I watch you cry like a pathetic child when you think there's nobody around. keep trying to find me. It's delicious to watch you stumble around the woods. You don't know it yet, but you're gonna die, oh so terribly, terribly alone. I will take what she asks for, and you cannot stop me. We are not finished yet, Carver. And then he's got some of his encrypted message, which we know how to decrypt. It's his same vocabulary as before. Okay, and then there's nothing on the back of this. So we do have to use our invisible ink to look at some of these because we know the kid has written on them. And we haven't read this book yet. We'll take a break before we do that. All right, so let's do that. Let's take a break here and we'll resume in 8 minutes. We're back. Okay, so I just made some copies of these, but I left it on the machine. Let me just go get it. Okay, so I made a photocopy of the drawing and the stump in case we want to write on that. It almost looks like I was thinking it might be words that were incomplete. But okay, let's continue with what we're doing here. I've got out the box for invisible ink, but we still have to read this first, I realized. So let's read this book together before we start looking for hidden messages. Of Witches and Other Warnings, Histories of Local Monsters and Mysteries. There's an eye, looks a little bit similar to the eye we saw in Liam's drawings. Don't know what that means. Lots of eyes, though. All right. Of Witches and Other Warnings, History of Local Monsters and Mysteries. There's our Blair Witch symbol. Okay. Preface. As a lifelong resident of Burkittsville, Maryland, I sometimes have a difficult time describing the undeniable strangeness and power of this remote place to outsiders. There have been many people, both locals and tourists, who call those who believe there to be a kernel of truth in the region's legends crazy or paranoid. However, I contest that it is not uncommon for places with grim and storied histories to take on a certain life of their own. If any place on this earth is alive, it's this one. And if these stories prove anything, it's that I'm hardly the first person to think so. In the following pages, I have compiled a number of tales and poems that have been passed down throughout the years, all centering around the strange creatures that have been sighted in the area surrounding Burkittsville, formerly Blair, and the nearby Black Hills Forest. I have included a short introduction to each of these tales, contextualizing the material. I have also taken the liberty of modernizing some of the language utilized in older accounts for the benefit of the contemporary reader. Modernizing some of the language used in older accounts. At the end of last stream, we wondered if that weird code was some old Germanic alphabet, but we didn't pursue it. But I wonder if this is another hint about that we might consider. Okay. Without further ado, I present to you a series of tales that will hopefully open your eyes to the unseen. Anthony Rapinoe. Got little triangles in the corner, whatever. Okay. So here's the tale of the hairy woman. There are contradicting stories as to whether this particular figure is actually the fabled Blair Witch herself or merely one of the many unfortunate souls who is enthralled to her, part of the scores of undying wraiths who have been cursed to do her bidding as they roam the woods in perpetuity. While I was unable to gain a consensus upon the hairy woman's identity, I have found dozens of stories about sighting her, which mostly take place throughout the early to mid-20th century. In most of these stories, the woman typically appears at the edge of the woods, waving her hand in an apparent attempt to beckon witnesses closer. She often stays at a distance close enough for people to spot her hair covering her body, but far enough away that they cannot discern the features of her face. Below I have included the account of a young roofer named Timothy O'Leary. Timothy's family moved to Burkittsville in the summer of 1921 when he was just 17 years old. Within months, he had taken up carpentry and other handiwork alongside his older brother, Peter. This account was originally related to his granddaughter and transcribed in 1973. She's sort of floating above the ground here. I saw the hairy woman. This was in the summer of 1924 when my brother Peter and I were working on renovating the church. Feels like it's not in the high quality camera. There we go. If the high quality camera is in a small area, so if the cubes are within that, it switches to the high quality camera. Okay, my brother Peter and I were working on renovating the church. You see, the pastor had recently died, and the poor man had gone a bit odd in the head in his final years and had let the place fall into total disrepair. His replacement hired us to do all kinds of work, rebuilding rotten pews, wiping grime off the stained glass. The woods themselves had even started to grow over the cemetery, although that was mighty quick for a wood to grow. So the majority of our time was actually spent cutting down trees whose roots had started to climb over the cemetery fence and encircle the headstones. We prioritized the roof, though, seeing as the damn thing was full of holes. I remember it was a particularly hot day, but we were determined to finish as much of the roof as we could before the sun set. Toward the end of the day, I noticed a figure on the ground below us, and to be honest, I thought it was our mother coming to offer us a pitcher of lemonade. I looked down at her, but she didn't look like anyone I knew. Couldn't see her face because she was under this dark veil. I turned to my brother to ask if he recognized her, but when he looked, he didn't see anyone down there. When I looked again, neither did I. At first, I thought nothing of it. I certainly didn't put much stock in any of the stories of witchcraft I'd heard, so I went back to work, bent over the hole in the roof. But soon an eerie feeling came over me. I felt a prickling at the back of my neck. I looked, and there in the bell tower, right where the bell should have been, was the hairy woman. I didn't scream because my breath was caught in my lungs. The hairy woman was right there, less than 10 feet from me, and I could see that she looked just like the stories said. She was covered entirely in fur, but not like the fur of a dog. It was more short and thick, like a horse's coat. Her dress was entirely black, and she wore a veil that covered her face. The hairy woman's feet did not touch the roof, or the shelf, or any part of the bell tower. She hung in mid-air and lifted her hand out to me as if she expected me to take it. It was only then that I screamed. I turned to run, but slipped, having forgotten my position on the canted roof. Thank the Lord for Peter, because he reached out a hand and caught me. If it weren't for him, I would have fallen directly onto the wrought iron fence that wrapped around the cemetery. He asked if I was all right, but all I could do was point. When we looked back at the bell tower, she was gone. Okay, I like these creepy stories. They are setting tone. And Tina says, I wonder if the charcoal-like item is used to trace something. You mean like rub on something. Okay, well, that's a very good idea, because I'll tell you what. I can feel that some of these lines feel like they're deep and some of them not. And I wonder if what Antina is saying is right. Like if we rub over a piece of paper, then the deep set lines will come out and the other ones will go away. And that what's left will be a word. That's a very good idea. Now, Antina called that a repose. What's the, there's a rubbing, it's sometimes called. But is that the official word for taking a rubbing off something? Like I know people do it off famous gravestones sometimes, or reliefs and stuff. I think that's a great idea. Let's not forget to do it. The fact that some of these lines feel engraved and some don't make me think you might be onto something. Well, I think that's a very clever idea. A very clever idea. I would like to know the official terms for that, for putting a piece of tracing paper and rubbing on something to get the relief. Let's see, it might be mentioned in the story. All right, let's read our next story here. And I will note that there are little different things in the corners of these pages. This one had triangles. The hairy woman had these feathers. The towering man. This was the poem that was open on the page when it was found in the library, you'll remember. The Towering Man. The story of the Towering Man stretches back to at least the 1940s and perhaps even beyond that, and has appeared in several formats. Tales of the Towering Man commonly describe a ghastly figure lurking in the Black Hills forest. This figure is tall despite being hunched over and possesses long limbs. Occasionally he is described as having a beard that is either full of broken twigs or made of twigs, and having skin made of tree bark. Many tales describe him as the ghost of an executed child killer. Locally born artist Dolores Dahl Davenport's interpretation of the Towering Man. Okay, this part about him hunched over matches the description of the person seen in the museum, hunching over and in the shop when he shouldn't. And we've heard of Dolores Dahl Davenport before. I think she's in one of our brochures as a local artist. In the comments, we're talking about the term repose, and Logan refers to it as frottage. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going here. This particular tale of the Towering Man was a rhyme that gained traction with local school children from the late 50s and continued to circulate into the early 80s, and was recollected to me by lifelong Burkittsville resident Harriet Gillard. We've come across Harriet Gillard before. That name, I believe she was one of the witnesses who saw Liam on the day he went missing. She was banned from the diner. Okay, so here's the poem. Beware, beware the towering man, for lure and catch and kill he can. He lurks so deep within the wood, you'll have no worries if you're good. But if you venture far from home, if deep into the woods you roam, you'll see what seems a moving tree coming towards you. That is he. On children naughty, glum, or mean, in their demeanor he is keen. He draws them in with clever tricks, then snaps their necks like brittle sticks. Best keep your eyes upon the path unless you want to taste his wrath. For stuffing children in a sack, the man was stretched upon the rack. His final words he yelled so loud, I hope my deeds have made her proud. His mistress is that old Blair Witch, who turned his heart as black as pitch, tore off his skin, wrapped him in a bark, gave him powers of the dark. The towering man you cannot fight, your only hope, stay in the light. Okay, so the story of the towering man being a child killer, an executed child killer, and then the story is about how he was killed and now is serving the witch in the forest. And your only hope is to stay in the light. The Blair Witch tore off his skin, wrapped him in bark. That's pretty creepy. I have to say this. I do think that we wanted to play this because we wanted this creepy factor. It is living up to that. One thing that I was a little concerned about after the first session, this carver was like, I'm not an enemy, I'm not a friend, I'm just this neutral spirit. I thought, is that as dark as this story is going to get? Like, he's this neutral guy that she's going to think is a bad guy, but really he's just this friendly little spirit in the forest. But this is painting him as a pretty scary, bad person. And then the kid writing us a note saying, like, this guy is insane and he's scared. So, like, it's gotten back into darkness. Okay. And the creature kept leaving this page open for the museum guy, like he wanted to tell him something. I will note that there are some numbers here. They're line numbers. This is the 5th line, the 10th line, 15th line, 20th line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, so 10 refers to this line. So that might be relevant for us. This could be the key for something that's being decoded for us at some point. Okay, let's keep going. All right, we've got another story here called The Lights. Editor's note, photograph taken by Burkittsville local who wishes to remain anonymous. Okay, it's a nice looking photograph. I don't see anything particularly out of the ordinary about it. I don't see any figures. Okay, the lights. And look at these nice illustrations of this one's of a snake. 3. The lights. While most of the tales I've encountered seem primarily concerned with the woods, with figures such as the Blair Witch and the tangled web of her many victims and servants, this legend seems to cite something more ephemeral. The so-called lights, occasionally witnessed in Burkittsville's woods, have been reported only a handful of times over the past several centuries. However, I found them important to include for that very reason. The rarity of these sightings make them all the more crucial to evaluate and preserve. The following poem was written by William Robertson. Robertson was a renowned Boston-born poet who first came to live in Burkittsville over the winter of 1827 to spend time with his ailing cousin and complete the manuscript of a book of original poetry. Unfortunately, that book never saw the light of day, as Robertson succumbed to a medical condition that was likely dementia shortly after leaving Burkittsville and returning to Boston. He was relegated to a sanitarium until his death. While his various written works survived him for quite some time, much of Robertson's material was lost during a recent fire in the Burkittsville History Museum. This is the account of the lights. I hypothesize that he wrote this piece after being issued a warning about the lights by his cousin or another concerned Burkittsville citizen. And it says, "It's the strange white light in the night, the warning that things are far from right. Whether fire glow or something more, best stay inside and shut your door. Even if things seem like they're spinning about, steel yourself and don't go out. Simply close your eyes and hold on tight and pray that you escape the light." The previous poem was telling us, stick to the light, that's how you avoid the towering man. Your only hope, stay in the light. And then this one's saying, whatever you do, close your eyes and escape the light. Okay. Strange white light in the night, warning things are far from right. Fire glow or something more, stay inside and shut the door. Even if things seem like they're spinning about, steel yourself, don't go out. Close your eyes and hold on tight and pray you escape the light. Okay. Here's our last story. Number 4, The Pale Thing. The chat is coming up with some interesting theories here. Poem numbers might relate to numbers found in the folder. What numbers found in the folder? We just saw letters found in the folder. Father's rebuilding of the museum might have something to do with his fate. It's possible. Okay, here's the pale thing. And illustration by Giovanni Rapinoe, someone related to Anthony Rapinoe, the author of this book. That looks like a thing in the forest. I wonder if this is going to be Carver. Let's see. I now come to one of Burkittsville's most enigmatic figures. It is known by many names, though perhaps the most common of these is the Pale Thing. This particular recollection of the Pale Thing is particularly close to my heart, as it comes from none other than a family member of mine. Giovanni Rapinoe moved to Maryland to work at a local sawmill shortly after he immigrated to the United States in 1949, and would often regale me with tales of strange and unusual sights he saw while spending his days working in the Black Hills forest. My grandfather remains alive to this day, but has since moved on from Maryland to a retirement community in Miami. I had him mail me a written recollection of his encounter, as email sometimes proves too difficult for him to handle, and have transcribed this account here. I leave you with this tale, which has always fascinated me the most out of any of my grandfather's stories, due to the cryptic nature of the message that he received from none other than the Pale Thing itself. And here's what the grandfather recounts. It was nighttime, like it is in many stories about the Pale Thing. I had stepped outside for a bit of fresh air before I turned in for the night. That was when I glimpsed a figure that has haunted my dreams ever since. It was off in the distance, but I could see it in the dark due to its near luminescent coloring. It was bright white, maggot white, wearing no clothes and doing exactly what the stories said it would, dashing silently through the grass. It was coming from town, headed in the direction of the woods with, I thought, the fervor of an animal pursuing its prey. Long, loping strides drew it away from Burkittsville, but it slowed down before it reached the edge of the woods. The figure turned to look at me, and even at that distance, I could clearly see it had no facial features to speak of. I could see nothing but a smooth canvas of skin, putrid and pale where its face should have been. And then, without a mouth, it spoke a single phrase to me, one it should have been impossible to hear at such a distance, and yet I heard it. I heard it as if the words were whispered right into my ear, as if that pale thing was standing right beside me. I flinched and turned around, but of course there was nothing behind me. When I looked back to the woods, the pale thing was gone, but I will never forget that shape, and I will never forget what it whispered to me. There's the creature. What did it whisper to him? We're not finished yet. Now, we've seen that phrase, right? Where have we seen that phrase? We saw that phrase, I believe, was it on this message? Yes. The message that Carver sent to the mother. You don't know it yet, but you're going to die oh so terribly, terribly alone. I will take what she asks for. You cannot stop me. We're not finished yet. Gulp. Feels like there's writing on this. Can you guys see that? It's sort of like bled through. I'm trying to think if I can see it through a bright light. Not really. Could just be writing from the other pages. But there's the creature's writing encrypted. We know how to decode this. All right, so we've now read everything that is obvious. So I'm thinking that maybe this is like the Carver creature, the pale thing. We're not finished yet, but they're all creepy and evil. All right, we know we've got some hidden messages with the invisible ink, and we've got some encrypted message. So that's encrypted. And then we know there's probably a hidden message on this with the hidden ink. And then we don't know what to make of these two, which look very similar, although Tina had a very good idea about scraping. Is there any other... Oh, and then the poem. All right, and then this. So let's, in our notes, let's just make a list of the things that we want to make sure we don't forget to do. I'm going to put the... One item is this, TKE, from the paper folder. The next thing we want to not forget to do is the hidden ink check. And then we want to get the decode Carver message. And then decode the charcoal drawing, and then figure out the tree slice, whatever that's called, I forget, and then maybe the poem meaning. Anything else on our sort of to-do list based on what we've looked at? And the other thing we want to remember is, what does Carver want? That's what we're charged with. I know it's hard to read these, but are these the things that we've not finished doing here? I'm not sure. These long discussions about the timeline in the woods and them all meeting the hollow, that seems like just story, but I wonder if there's some importance to all the timeline stuff we're given in here. Okay. Let's start by trying to see the hidden ink and maybe get out our decryption stuff here. So if we go to box 1, we can get out our pen. And then it was box 2 that had, let's see, was it box 2 that had our key? Yes, okay, so I left the key in box 2 for decoding his message, so I'll take that out. All right. I suppose the one we know how to do already is this one. So why don't we do that first? Feels like it's a little dark in this overhead camera, darker than normal. Am I right about that? Like, that's okay. That one looks a little dark. Is that better? That's a little better. Okay. You want to do a 5-minute puzzle for the stump? I have an idea, but don't want to spoil it. I see. Jonathan thinks he spotted something for the stump. Okay. Let's, do you want to do that one first then, Jonathan? I was thinking, well, let's approach this systematically. We know how to decode this message. Let's start there then. So here's our key from the previous box, and there's our message. It would be nice to scan this, but let's just try to do it like this, one line at a time. So that was our FO. Just going to do this as quickly as I can. You can stop me if, hopefully I'll start remembering this stuff. FOUR, I believe that was. FOUR4, then O, that was our N, and that was our E, yeah, 4-1, FOUR, then that was T, TWO, 4142. Can you guys see this? No. Okay, let's try it better. How about that? That's line 1, that's line 2. 4142. Next line is SE. I guess that was a U, right? No. What is that letter? Oh, that's a V. SEVEN FIVE 75. So these are numbers. 414275. This is FOURTEEN 14 FIV 14.5. Next line is, that's our TWENTY 20 TWO, then F5 22.5. This next line says 20-25. Okay. Next line says SE. There are certain letters that I have trouble finding sometimes. SEVEN 7, then T. That's our CLH 73. Next line is TWENTY 20 THREE. And then this one is a weird symbol. I guess that's our F. FOUR 23.4. Next line is FOURTEEN 14 THREE 14.3. Next line is EI This looks like one of the, E-I, and then that weird thing. I was going to say, is it one of the letters we didn't translate? E-I-G-H-T, 8, S-I. There's a letter we've never encountered yet. That's going to be 6. So let's add that to our vocabulary. So we didn't see a 6 in our previous decryption. It looks like it's like that is an X. $26, okay. E-I-G-H-T. Then that's our F-I-V-E. Then we've got E-I-G-H-T O-N-E, 8-1. And then lastly, F-I-V-5 S-E-V-E-N. Okay, so Jonathan says, this seems to be related to poem lines, line and word. Yeah, probably. Okay, very good theory. So they go from 4. It looks like everything is pairs, like it's a number and then a number, number and then a number. The first column goes up to 23, 22. So these go from 1 to 22, the first column, and then the second column goes up to 7. So that sure sounds like line number, word number. And since this is the creature's handwriting, creature's code, and the creature was putting this on the desk, it makes complete sense. So let us translate it. This is how we generally attack these book codes. The first thing we do is we look at the ranges of the numbers. This one goes from 1 to 22. Well, that makes a lot of sense to match up with line numbers that go from 1 to about 26. The second set of numbers goes from 1 to 7. That sounds like words on the line. So I completely concur with that. All right, let's translate it. 4-1 is Yule. 4-2 is have. 7-5 is 5. 7, there's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is A. You'll have A. 14-5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll have a taste. 22-5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of. 7-3 is what? 23-4 is you. 14-3 is want. 8-6 is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You want he. 8-5 is 8-1 is coming. And then 5-7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, home. You'll have a taste of what you want. He is coming home. Okay, well, that's scary. That's pretty scary. Is he talking about Liam coming home, or the father coming home, or you'll have a taste of what you want? He's coming home. Presumably, that's a message to Rosemary. That's creepy. That is very creepy. Okay, we'll want to keep hold of his vocabulary. He seems to like to use that. I'll just put that aside. We'll put these together. Let's see, what next? Jonathan wanted to do the stump because he has a theory. All right, let's try to do the carving idea on this stump first. So the idea being that some of these lines are recessed, maybe all of them, I'm not sure. Let's see. Well, the carving certainly works as a way to get an image, but well, I don't see much there. Seems too good to be true, like how well it worked. But I don't know what to make of it. Like nothing, I thought maybe that looks harder to read than that. I don't see anything come out that didn't. What about the other side? The other side doesn't seem to have anything on it. I don't feel anything, so I don't think anything's going to come out. I mean, it looks a little bit like a scary eye, but I don't see any writing coming out. And I don't feel anything. Interesting. Jonathan says, Logan says up and down might do better. Okay, let's try it differently. Wonder if there's a way to do it that's more, that didn't look any better. I wonder if there's a way to do it that's more gentle, that doesn't make things disappear, that's more clear. There's really not much coming out here that I can make sense of. My theory is pretty similar. You put the charcoal drawing over the stump and rub to make the two partial patterns. That's an interesting idea. It sounds like Jonathan is saying like you put this on top of this and rub. That's a very interesting idea. That looks like, because they look so close, I think Jonathan's idea of combining them makes a lot of sense. In fact, you can see that this, when we looked at this, we said it looks like it's missing a line. I think that that missing line might be here. Okay, I like Jonathan's idea. So let's see if we can take this and line it up with this. I don't know if it's to the same scale. I'd have to print it out in scale, maybe. I don't know if this is going to work, though. Oh, maybe. I think Jonathan's onto something about combining these. I'm not sure. It looked like there was a 4 here, but I don't even know if... Oh yeah, I just trying to line these up. It's kind of weird though that this line that was here didn't seem to come out. Keep in mind that my printout and scan rescaled it, so it's possible that it's not lined up correctly. Kind of looks like a 4. Do you see that 4 here? But it's not quite lined up, and I'm not sure how that would make much of a difference. We could just try to draw in the differences. Logan says, good work idea, Jonathan. And Tina says, maybe you combine the squares with the squares from the cover with the letters. Well, that's a very interesting idea. You mean the TKE. TKE. So let's look at how big those are. Those TKE boxes look actually quite a bit like, quite close to the size of these boxes. Let's see. We try to draw those boxes about the same size. TKE. So how would we use those? Here's our 3 pieces. It's this, and this. TKE. Let's see if we can't get this isolated to help us think about it. I liked the etching idea. I really like the combining idea since they look so similar. If we were to try to just combine this onto here, what would we get? I might need to print out another copy of this, but this line goes up here. Then let me just see. Okay, these definitely get combined. These definitely get combined because I can see it's exactly from this line to this line is exactly from this line to this line. Something must be our key if they line up. I don't know exactly what Logan means by that. Something must be our key if they line up. But I'll tell you what it looks like. If you look at these, so there's a couple of strong lines here. There's a very strong line here, a very strong line here, and here. So those are kind of missing here. This one has a very strong line here. And it looks like maybe this line would be like this. And then there'd be another thick line here. And this looks like it's completed here, or at least partially. And then another line here. Or you could do it the other way. You could add to this instead of adding to this. Should probably print this out to scale. Did I just draw on the real one? Oh, that's unfortunate. I have my erasable ink, but I don't know if I'll be able to erase it completely. I guess it doesn't matter if these aren't real. If these are the wrong idea. Well, you can kind of see it, but okay. Interesting. Could they be lined up with the tree stub, overlap as the guide? Why don't we take a break here, and I'll make some more scans and copies of these and try to keep them at their original size. That'll make it a little easier for us to work with. Although you might also say that we should work on our invisible ink first, in case that gives us some clue to this. But we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I'll make some copies and we'll get back to it. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we are working on this puzzle. So there's a couple things to remark. It's clear that these two are related. It's a tree. It looks like they're the same basic pattern, the same size. This is a tree. Clearly these are related. This is probably related to getting a tracing of this. I've done some more printouts for us. One interesting thing is Jonathan and I discussed on a previous video long ago that it would be useful to have some tracing paper. Now I happen to have a sheet of tracing paper. I should have a whole bunch more. This is the only one I remember, but I do remember at that time thinking that's a good idea and getting it. So I wonder if we think it would be useful for me to trace one of these, but I'm not sure which one. I suppose we could try tracing both of them. Let's just try and see what happens if we trace these. This might be an easier way to do this than trying to overlay them or rub them. If I trace both of them and cut them out, then we'll be able to lay either of them in any orientation. Jonathan was saying he thinks I was orienting it not quite right. That looks about right. We have a line here, looks like. Alright, so this is what I have traced of the drawing. Oh, sorry, you can't see. There. That's what I have traced of the drawing. Alright. So maybe it would have been easier to do it the other way, but let's see. Yeah, it's a little hard to see the tree stump. It probably would have been easier to do the other way, but let's just do the tree stump over here. Maybe in red. Or maybe this is where the etching was hard to read. Let's just see if we can do it this way. This is actually much harder to see what's going on. I wonder if I could do it better in the photo, in the scan. Okay, let's try it. Can you guys see what I'm doing, basically? You know, it's a little harder to see the tree stump. I think this is basically going to work to get us an image of both of these. Big line here. A little crazy here in the center. Gets a little weird here. I think this is basically it. This line comes down a bit more. This line goes across more. All right, I think that's about it. I think in the wood we should only trace the cutout lines. I think that's a nice idea, that maybe some of these aren't engraved. I can't tell. They all feel like they're engraved a little bit. Let's try this as our first pass and see if we can make sense of this. And if this works, then we'll know we must always have tracing paper handy. Let's see if overlaying these makes any sense. Maybe on white background it'll be easier. And in fact, I could do it on nice thick lines if we think. All right, can you guys see that? Kind of. All right, so let's see. If we line them up directly on top of each other, that does not help us much. And Jonathan was thinking, what if it rotates? Because it's a grid. That's sort of appealing just because it completes the grid. It seems like it completes all corners of the grid, but it doesn't seem to mean anything. So I've tried it all the 180 degrees way. It doesn't seem to help much. Would there be some... This almost looks like it says the. I think you got it. It's a stick man. Uh-oh, but where? He said, I think you got it. Was it one of the orthogonal ways that I did it? That completed it? Because you said you think I got it, but then I lost it. I think I got it. Was it one of the 180 degrees ways? Why I don't see anything? Oh, I see. You're saying it's one of those stick figures. Line, line. Where's our stick figures? Do we have any of them in this book? Here. You're saying it's this, huh? So that completes one line, that completes another line. There's the cross line. So you're saying it's not hiding any information, it's just a stick figure? So it's just this line, this cross line, and this vertical line. So basically it's this, 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 and then the line across like this. All right, well, it makes sense in terms of lining up because it completes the edges of it. And this seems to mostly do that. There's this line going across. But then are we saying it has no other information value? It's just a fun figure? I agree, that kind of looks like the stick figure, and maybe I missed a tracing here. Let's see, which one is this? is that? I mean, is it just for fun then? It's not a message? It's not telling us anything? That's a weird concept. I agree that that seems just basically right answer, but just trying to look at this. Is there anything out of place? Is there anything not including that? Is there a gap somewhere that tells us how to escape from her forest or something? I don't see any other information here. Logan says, if there is info, there are 360 degrees of rotation. And Logan says, the letter grid could match up to the invisible ink since the grid was hidden too. Well, we do have the TKE. TKE. Well, the weird thing is we don't know what we're looking for. I mean, we don't know what we're trying to solve. We've only been tasked to find out what the monster wants. Or what Carver wants, I should say. Let's put this aside for now, this group of puzzles, because we don't yet know. We don't have a thing that we're trying to find an answer for. Strange. Maybe we do need more information from the black light. Okay. I think that is the next thing to try, at least. All right, so we're going to try to look at the black light again. If you'll remember, that's easier said than done with so much lighting around me. But let me just see if I see any black light here. Okay, I don't see any on his folder. Certainly easier to see in the dark, that's for sure. Okay, I don't see any writing on his folder. It would be hard to see it on this. Okay, well, we think probably the place it is here. Here's where he says, thank God I left my special pen, and here he is writing. So let's see if we can see in here. Okay, so I got good news for you. I see it, and it's not encrypted. He's written in several places here. Okay, so here we go. Let's decrypt this. I think you'll be able to see it. I can turn off some lights to make it a little easier. Okay. So here he is saying he disappeared again. Okay, here's his front page. Okay, here's his special pen. Let's see what he says. Okay. Maybe, I don't think these are going to work in the dark, unfortunately. Oh, maybe they are. Okay, he says, can't risk being found out. Going to pretend like I'm doodling and hope that you find my folder. I'll make one last break for it and throw this as far into the woods as I can. 6 will show what he wants. 6, W-I, big line, L. Maybe it just says 6 will. 6 will show what he wants if you know how to line it all up. 6 will show what he wants if you know how to line it all up. Okay, that sounds like it's talking about lining up the things. I don't know why it's calling it 6. 6 will line up if you know how to line it up. If anyone finds this, Carver wants me to do something horrible, and I don't know if I can resist. Please stop us. SU. SU in the grid. Can you see that? Sorry. Okay, so we've got some more letters in our grid, SU. And I don't know why he says 6. Why is he calling this person 6? 6 will show what he wants. Sticks? No, it says 6. All right, so let's write down some notes here. First of all, he says 6. 6 will show what he wants. Maybe he's not talking about the guy as 6. Maybe he's saying if you look at item 6, location 6 will show what he wants. Or word 6. Okay, then he gives us 2 more letters in the grid. In addition to into our TKE, we have SU, but horizontally this time. Maybe we're going to be looking for letters in that grid. And if we make the stick figure, sticks will show what he wants. You think it says? It definitely does not say sticks, but it definitely says 6. No doubt in my mind that says 6. But I do like the idea that when we line them up, we'll get that stick figure. And then if we have letters in all of those grids, we can read the words made by the stick figure. So now we have 2 more letters, but we need a lot more. Maybe he's got some more here, though. SU. Okay, let's look at the other side of this. So, congratulations to my auto zoom crop for being able to spot these even in the darker. Let's see what he's got more. Okay, here's another message here. He says, what does this say? I want to go home. 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 Is that writing here? No more writing. Don't we need more grid? I want to go home. 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 He really wants to go home. We could check the book as well. I don't think he's got the opportunity to write in the book. I mean, certainly no reason not to check it. But he would have the opportunity to write on this, though. Let's see. Come on, William, give us a clue. Whoa! Got it. Got some. Can you guys see that? I guess you probably have a hard time seeing that, but it's more grid. It says HCF RG, and we are filling out more of the grid now. Okay. At least it feels like we're on the right track. So we've got RG, then 3 up here. Looks like HCF. Okay, for completeness, I'm going to write the other one. Sorry, I'm going to write the other one here. TKE. TKE. So we don't expect maybe a message to come out of this per se. We think we'll probably have to lay it out on this grid. The grid is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The grid is 5 by 5 for what it's worth. All right, let's find some more. Hopefully there is some more to find. Oh, there's another one. Okay, here's the writing about the fight. Let's see what he says here. He says, if you can read it, he says, "It wasn't my fault. I saw his face and just saw red. I couldn't stop hitting him." Don't see any more hidden messages. How about on the back? No. Okay. Could he have written in this book? Possibly. Let's look. I don't think he did, though. I think the creature had this book. So I don't think he had opportunity to do this. Oh! Wrong. And the father's page too, Jonathan says. Okay, so he did have opportunity to write all over this. Okay, now we see we're going to get the full grid. We're going to get the full 5 by 5 grid. Okay. So let's draw these out. This one is WSYLM. WSYLM. I don't think we need to keep track of where we see this, in what order. These are just going to get reassembled into this grid. Okay, this one is actually backwards, it looks like. I'm not sure if I should annotate this. I guess I'll annotate it. I'll draw it the way I see it. even though I think it probably should be flipped. We've got a 3 and then a 2. There's an I. Can you guys see that? I guess you can see that there's something there even if you can't read it, right? And then we have a backwards K. And then a backwards G. And then a T. So I think this is probably should be reversed before we draw it in. Maybe I'll just translate it over here. This would be I, K, T, G, T. All right. Maybe I need to be a little more careful then if we think there actually could, if he did write in this. I thought he didn't have access to this book. But maybe he did. Maybe he threw all of this stuff, he said. Well, that's good. I would have stopped after the first page. It's a little... It's good we didn't stop. Okay, we got that one. That was the backwards one. All right, Liam, a little bit more. Do we need a little bit more, or do we have it all now? I don't know. I don't see anything, but it wouldn't be surprising if there was something on this pale man. Because this seems like Carver right here. Don't see anything more. Oh, there we go. Nice big chunk here. Okay, this is again in reverse. It's 2. Okay, let's draw this one. So 2 down. And it goes across and down. That. And then one more over like this. And these are again reversed. Looks like a D. It's a little weird. What is that? Okay. Oh, this one's... Is this one upside down? Is that what it is? Where did it go? Upside down and backwards? Is that a P? Because that's the A. I think this one is upside down and backwards. And I think that isn't a D. I think it's a P. That's tricky. All right, let me just draw it as I see it first. Because that looks like a 2. That's our N. And I think that it's upside down and backwards, which would make it, let's see, a little bit of visualization here. So upside down and backwards would be here. What is that letter if it's upside down though? J. becomes, if we reverse it, N, P, A, J, N. All right, sorry about all that stuff. Logan says, I know it's metagaming, but why would some hidden parts of the grid be extra hidden because of rotation and flipping? I don't know. That's an interesting question. Well, it does make it a little challenging. All right, so it's a 5x5 grid. 25 letters we would expect. These are our finals. Let's see if we think we got them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, so that's our full grid. So given that we have our full grid of 25, we can now try turning the lights back on. Okay. We haven't checked the dad's letter. No, we haven't. Okay, let's check the dad's letter. But given that I have the full grid, I think we're gonna be done here. But there could be a secret message on it still, if not the grid. No, nothing on the dad's message. Okay, here are all of our grids. I've circled the canonical versions because we've got one that was flipped. So here is how it should be, I believe. And then one that was upside down and flipped. And this is how it should be. Okay, so they're basically, that's a set of 5, 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 and then this is a set of 5. So let's make our 5x5 grid and then see if we can't fill this in. So what we think is going to happen here is we're going to make the 5x5 grid, and then we're going to overlay it, and we should be able to read out the word of what he wants in specific grid locations or something to do with 6. Now, how do we, let's see, we want to fit all these together, I guess. It's a little Tetris puzzle here for us. I mean, we could cut them out and try to fit them in. I'm assuming that the diagram, that this stick figure doesn't tell us how these things go in. I'm gonna have to find out where it was again. So I assume this is just interesting. I'm trying to think how to do it other than cutting it out. Can we just make sense of it? It looks like they probably don't rotate, so they probably go in exactly as they are. So, I don't know, we could just take a guess at first. You guess that this might be in the left-hand side, where I'm assuming that they go in flipped, But they could go in this way. Like the reason he gave it to us this way and this way might be because that's how they have to get drawn into the grid. We don't know. They don't look like they make any sense, do they? These are all consonants, so it's not like they make any sense. I mean, we could just start trying to fill them in and see what happens. We could just try experimenting and see how constrained things are. So I'll put the WSYLM in this corner. I'll put this down in this corner, N, P, A, J, N. I'll put this over here, R, G, H, C, F. I'll put the SU down here. It's not quite going to work, is it? Because this is in the wrong place. Interesting. Okay, this is a fun little Tetris. I don't happen to have great spatial rotation, mental rotation, spatial visualization skills. Didn't mean the question mark. I'm not sure what that means. Anna says, hello everyone, I caught up with you. Interesting and creepy story. Let's do this. Could use a scanner for this, but I think what we'll do is we'll just, I mean, we obviously could cut out these pieces and then we'd be able to visually move them and put them in. I feel like we should be able to solve it without that. Okay, this will let me draw and erase. But I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think we need to print these out, cut them out, and put them in? And so that we can physically move them around, or can we do it just by eye? It feels to me like this one and this one probably go together. So let me try that. N, P, A, J, N. And now I'm going to put this guy down here. R, G, H, C, F. Okay, now I can put SU here. Has to be here. All right, now what have we got left? We've got TKE, and then we've got this weird one. So what if we put this weird one here? I, K, T, G, T. Then what have we got left? Then we've got W, S, Y, L, M, and then there's our three. Okay, so there it is. W, S, Y, L, M, and then here's our T, K, E. Okay, so there's at least one way to fill the grid. I don't know how well you can see those letters, but if I zoom in, we can do it here. Okay, so just to see how I did it, there's our SU as one pair. TKE is here. TKE. Okay. Then this one flipped and rotated. Sorry. This one flipped and rotated is our N, P, A, J. So I've got one there. There's our N. And then the one I slid in next to it was this one here, R, G, H, C, F. And then this big one, this big one here, WSYLM, didn't have too much else to go. WSYLM. And then we had this big one here. IKTG. Now it looks like I must have forgotten to draw one in here. NPAJN, so this would have filled in earlier. Okay, so there's our grid. Now, what letter is this? Is that our R? That's an R. Okay, so here's our grid. Now let's reconstruct our stick figure and try to make sense of this. All right, let's get back to when we aligned this thing. Help me reconstruct this. Was it this? It filled in the grid. I think it was this. That looked right because it filled in our grid. And then here's our, I guess it's upside down, probably. Yes, okay. So there's our thing. So if we take this grid, maybe we can do another little tracing. Okay. Or maybe write it into this. It's a little hard to see this. Maybe I'll do it this way. Let me draw this grid. All right, let's do it so you can see it. Let's draw this 5x5 grid over this. We'll put our letters in it and then we'll try to make sense of it. Okay, so there's our grid, and there it is right side up because that's the way the stick figure goes, we know, with the line at the top. Right? That's how we know up from down. Okay, let's fill in our letters now. What is this top letter? Is this an I or a T? T, no, what is that? I. Okay, so let's fill it in on our grid. I, K, T, P, N, W, G, J, A, R, S, T, N, H, G, Y, L, M, C. Probably if you were with another group not watching me, this would have been over a long time ago because I'd do every step. I was the kid in math class when you're like, oh, I can see this algebraic equation, 2x squared plus 3y. I'll just simplify multiple steps. I would write out each simplification, each expansion. I just like doing all the steps for the fallibility of man. So you can see if you skip a step, you might miss something. Okay, so here's our letters on our grid. Now, we've got two possible things to make sense of in terms of how to make how to figure out what he wants. First of all, in the writing, the kid says 6 will tell you what he wants. So the other way would be is if we overlay the image of the stick man and see if those letters make sense. So if we did that, what would we get? We would get like this line, and then this line, right? And then the stick goes up this way. And then the line horizontally all the way. I'm not sure that that does it for us. Like, how does... What do we see this spelling out? If that's our stick. I don't know how well you can see that. Maybe if I do it on that, you can see it better. So that's our stick. Our stick figure. I think that's our stick figure. Maybe I should have not been so hasty. We can conclude tracing paper is essential for some puzzles. It's clear, yes. We're going to need to invest in some tracing paper for the future. I'm also very intrigued by the idea that he says 6 will tell you what he wants. Like, 6 is... How would we get a 6 out of this? How would 6 be? I'm not sure the sticks have anything to do with it. I've circled what makes up the sticks, but I'm not sure that's relevant. I wonder if that's just to show you... I was going to say if it's just to show you how to align it. But that doesn't make sense because we would just align it right side up. So maybe this figure has to be relevant. Is it? Let's not forget there's another picture here. 5 fingers. The kind of things we might be looking for is the brother's name, Tristan. But I don't see that. The witch. 6. There's 4 stories in the book. He does say, I hope you got my report. But we just saw more codes in that. Let's see if we can read that again. I want to go home, I want to go home, I want to go home. Can't risk being found out. I'm going to scribble. I'm going to throw, let's see. I hope you can find my folder. I'll make one last break for it and then throw this as far as I can. 6, S-I-X, will show you, but the will is a little weird, but I don't know if you can see how well you can see that, but it's like W-I and then a big line and then L, but it seems like will show what he wants. 6 will show what he wants if you know how to line it all up. so we've lined these up to get the stick of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, maybe that's what it means by 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4. But there's no... When I did this, it wasn't easy to get those small ones. I should make a note of this so that we don't have to keep doing this. I need to mark what's up and down. Okay. So, is this our... This is our up, right? Yes. So up, up. Okay. So in our case here, though, we don't really have those 2 lines. We don't really have those 2 extra 6, but I wonder if this is the 6. Could it be the 6th line of the poem? Says Anna. And Jonathan says, yes, that's a better answer. No, that's not a better answer. It has to be, it has to use these letters. But we can look at the 6th line of the poem. The 6th line of the poem says, if deep into the woods you roam. Sixth box. Here's the thing that's seems important to me. Why I think it has to be some overlapping. Let's imagine we didn't have this, and we didn't have the drawing of this guy. Imagine we didn't have these two. We would still create this. Nothing about those drawings told us this, except I guess you could argue that it was a 5x5 grid. Only by lining those up do we get that it's a 5x5 grid. So I guess lining those up did give us the grid, but the fact that it gave us the stick thing makes me think it's these. Okay, let's write the letters that are covered by this stick. So I don't know if these outskirts letters got covered too. Let's take a look at this again. Does that cross line go across all of them? A little hard to tell. But if we were to write all these letters, we would get something like N-A-N-L, then U-C-N-G, and then T-J-M-E, and then S-T. So these are the letters, the unique letters, N-A-N-L, S-T-N, T-J-N-M-E, G-N-C-U, or U-C-N-G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then again, should we check the drawing with the black light? Well, that's a pretty good idea, actually. The real drawing, not my copy. That's a good idea. Nope. I don't think that's anything. No. And no lore in here about this figure. We're not finished yet. What does he want? I mean, we should be able to find it even just from this. If this is right. Now, keep in mind, I didn't look for multiple ways to do this. I just found one way to do it. I'm assuming there's only one unique way to do it. Because otherwise, how would you be constrained? But I couldn't guarantee it. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take an 8-minute break here, and then maybe we'll just sit and put a little thinking break on this and stare at it for a little bit, see if someone can come up with something. It feels like just looking at these letters, we might be able to figure it out eventually. But Jonathan says, we don't have the names for Liam, Hutt, or Carver. No, we don't have names for Blair Witch. In fact, we don't have many vowels in this list here. All right, well, we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back where it's at 2:15, so we're 3 hours in, so we're pretty much on schedule. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Logan has stepped out, Jonathan has gone silent, and Antina says there are not enough vowels. Okay, I've scanned the sheet in case we want to cut out and try to fit the pieces together, not flipping them. So I took this one. This is how we found it in the book, and I flipped it and made it upside down, which gave us this. Same thing, this one I flipped to go here. But perhaps we weren't supposed to do that. I could try putting in these by hand into the grid like I did before, but maybe for fun, we'll cut these shapes out and try to fit them. Meanwhile, you guys can work on trying to solve this. Consider this like a little thinking break. Of course, these grids aren't exact, but I think they should be close enough. We're not in a rush, right? We can take our time. So I fit these into the grid with my flipped version just by trial and error, but I think just for variety, we'll try to do these visually this time. Who knows, maybe it'll give us some insight. Unless someone solves it while I'm doing this, which is fine. And then we can just talk about whatever we want while we're doing this busy work. I guess if you got these once a month, you don't need to see that view. If you got these once a month, you might be entertained by having these activities to do like this. You wouldn't be trying to rush and finish this box as fast as you can. You'd be taking your time, right? 6 will tell you what he wants. Kind of sounds like 6 is the name of the creature, but I don't think that's right. Carver is his name. He hasn't changed his name. He hasn't said he's someone else. So I'm thinking it's saying 6. I'm thinking it's saying 6 sticks. But I could be wrong. It could be some other meaning to 6. Could be saying 6 letters will tell you the way. Okay. So these here that I'm cutting out are the realigned grids. So we don't want to use these, but I'm cutting them out anyway. Those are the ones that I flipped and corrected. Are there 6 points of intersection with the stick man? That's an interesting idea. Jonathan asks. 6 points of intersection. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only count 6. What about endpoints? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like this way of thinking, though, that it's 5 letters, perhaps, Like SNUTEN. What about that? Like if you just look at those 6 letters on the end points, you would get, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would be 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we look at the end points, we get S, G, T, N, U, E, L. These are the end points. Okay, I'm not sure. Again, that's why I'm curious to to make the grid without flipping in case our letters are wrong. It's a lot of mess here. Let's see if we can get all these. So here we are with the non-reversed sets. So that wasn't reversed and that wasn't reversed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's try to get rid of all this mess. Clean up our workspace. You have to have a clean workspace if you want to have a clean and orderly brain. We haven't done a super careful job of that tracing either. And we haven't used this, although we think that's probably just to help you line up the tracing. All right, let's make a new grid with these letters left untouched, left unrotated. Let's see, and we're not allowed to rotate them from where they are. So SU is horizontal, TKE is vertical. This is the way it is. This is the way it is. This is actually this way. And this is this way. Okay, so let's put a little up arrow so we know we're not allowed to rotate these weird ones. That's north. All right, and a 5x5 grid. I mean, we may find that it can't be done. And that's why you have to do the rotation. That could still be in the... Yeah, I'm starting to think actually that this probably can't be done without rotating it. So I think maybe the rotation, just looking at it, my gut is telling me that this can't be fit in without doing the rotations I did. So you know what? I don't think that this is going to fit with the non-rotated grid pieces. I don't think there's going to be a way to get these to fit. And it could be wrong. There's some very cool mathematical thinking puzzles that involve, can you tile a chessboard? And the way you solve it is you can show that because there's an exact number of blacks and whites, that there's no way to do certain tilings. I don't have a proof that we can't tile it with this, but my gut tells me we can't. My gut tells me, looking at this, that there's not going to be a clean way to do this. Just based on how hard it is to fit things. So if that's true, then we're back to this grid. If that's true, that there's no way to do that without flipping this one and this one to becoming this and this. Once you swap these out, then you get our grid. Let's make sure. Let's line it up to make sure that this works. Maybe it'll give us, we'll find a mistake I made. So then this was here, this was here, this was here, and then this was here. Awkward because my grid's not exactly even, but that was our grid. Okay, I, W, S, Y, T, K, G, T, L, K, T, J, N, M, E, P, A, H, C, F, N, R, G, S, U. Okay, that's right. Now, of course, something could be wrong here. In fact, if there was anything that was going to be wrong, it was going to be the J and the D. J and the P were weird. There's our 6. I think we've got 6 sticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sticks. The problem with this 6 sticks theory, I mean, there are 6 sticks here, is that when you draw our grid overlaid, we don't really have 6 anymore. What I mean is that when you draw this puzzle, we've got our lines. We've got this line. These don't go up into the corner. Is that what we did with ours? We didn't go up into the corner? Yeah, they don't go up into the corner. But we don't really have these 2 little lines here in our grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's weird. Six what will show us the way? 6 what will show us the way? 6 letters show us the way? 6 sticks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, we have to be careful. I've just drawn the stick here, but I haven't really put this grid. What if we put this grid over here? Yeah, that looks like the right one. What's this one? Is that the horizontal? Did I draw the horizontal too low? I think I may have drawn the horizontal too low. I've put it in the center, but I think maybe it's higher up. Let's see. Yeah, I think maybe the horizontal one is higher up. It is. Okay. So the center line, it looks like maybe I did the cross line here, but I wonder if it's not supposed to be here. It's a little tricky. So I wonder if it's supposed to be like this instead of here. Unfortunately, that kills a vowel for us. Let's see if that was right. If the horizontal line was here instead of here, what would our new letter set be? S K G T L K N A C N U. That's even worse. What does he want? What would he want? He would want like kids, he would want the witch, he would want to talk. There's got T-L-A-K, talk. Skunk? Is that what it is? Skunk? It's too many K's. S-K-U-N-K. It's a lot of K's. Skunk. Where would we find skunk in this thing? S-K-U-N-K. That's it. It's skunk. It's skunk. Look at where the letters are. S-K-U-N-K. They're the grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know why it's 5, 6, why he says 6, but 5 letters are the endpoints of this figure. S-K-U-N-K in order. S-K-U-N-K, the 4 points of this location. So S-K-U-N-K. But where's our 6? That's a weird thing, isn't it? It's definitely right. This is definitely, and then, so my initial grid had this cross line here, but it should have been up here. Then if we look at the points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then what's the, so here's 1 point, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 5. Why does he say 6? Why is he saying 6? He wants the little brother, Skunk, but why does he say 6? Where would the 6 be? It is Skunk, right? Shut up, Skunk. Anna says, very perceptively, he wants the brother too. That's why he said to the mother that she'll be alone. That's very perceptive, Anna. In his note, he says to her, you're going to die horribly alone. You're going to die oh so terribly, terribly alone. So that's why he wants the brother. It does seem like this is all to punish her. Okay, so Jonathan says, are we sure it's 6? I can never be sure with the black light writing. I'm going to look at it one more time. Boy, that could not be any clearer to me. I know it's very hard for you guys to see. Let me do my super close-up. I know it's very hard for you guys to see. Can you see it there? I mean, it doesn't say 5, that's for sure. It says S-I-X. The only thing that's weird is the word that comes after it. Like S-I-X. And then there's a W-I-L-L, but that first L is so large. Five X for 5 letters. It's a nice idea. So, Jonathan, is your idea that, I wonder if you could explain that L as like 5L, but boy, that's an S right there. That's not a 5. And that's an S-I-X. We'll show what he wants. It's a weird thing to sort of be sure we know the answer, but to be confused about the 6. Doesn't the stick figure represent the carver, so that's why he's calling him 6? I mean, you could say, I don't think he's calling carver 6, but did we miss somewhere that this thing is called a 6 because it's made of 6 sticks? I mean, it would make sense if he's just basically saying, this figure will show you what he wants. Because it's this figure that gave us those 5 points. So maybe, I wonder if we were told somewhere that this is called a 6. Is it on the 6th page? I don't think it, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not I mean, I don't know how to make sense of that. But I think maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you count it a certain way, you get this. If you count this as the first page, you get somewhere else. I think maybe that thing is just called a 6. Is that possible? Or there's something we're not quite grasping about the weird way this W-I-L-L is being written. Like, is this telling us something? 6, I don't know. will show what he wants if you know how to line it all up. All right. Well, we'll check. Jonathan says what I was thinking, which is, I think we have the right answer. We'll check the hint later and figure out why it said 6. All right. So we think we know the right answer. We've got a mess here on our table. But let's go try to solve it. Anna says maybe it's the witch, the figure. She's the one compelling Carver too, or am I misremembering? I agree that maybe, yeah, I don't know why he would write it 6 though. The witch does seem to be compelling Carver. Yes, story-wise, you've got that right. I just don't see why we've got 5 points. But it's telling us that stick figure will show us what he wants. And for some reason, it's referring to that stick figure as a 6. I got a different theory for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's our 6. We even wrote it on this page. 6 will show you what he wants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 6 fragments that show us what he wants when we fit them together and use the witch's thing to align it. So I think that's it. Okay. How can you ask for more than that? To sort of wrap it up, we got a good theory. We made sense of it. We've solved it. We know what nonsense he's up to. We decoded this. I want to make sure we don't lose that message so that we can go back to it. Where did we write that? We wrote it. Where did we write how we decoded this message? Here. Okay, you'll have a taste of what you want. He's coming home. I don't know what that means. Is he gonna send home Liam, but like messed up in a coma or something? All right, we'll clean up in a bit. Let's go solve this piece of our... Let's go solve box 3, I guess is the best way to say it. And let's see what Rosemary is up to. Let me just get my thing here. Keyboard. All right, let's go to our website and see if we can't help Rosemary Kent. I'm sure Rosemary is not going to be upset to hear that this creature wants her other son. Surely that's not going to bother her in the slightest. Correct? Do we all agree? Okay, we want to do this weird thing where we have to edit this. All right, we go to the Kent case, and the new password for today is branches 12. And while we're at it, let's just check the website. The tablet has power. So far, the witch has not gotten us today. We've been on top of everything. Anna says, I wonder why Carver is so against her. I mean, that is an amazing question. Why is he trying to hurt her so much? Why is Carver so angry at the mother? Right from the start, he was angry at the mother, right? Even when he was talking to Liam, remember he seemed like he was a nice creature? And then he's like, your mother was yelling at you. I don't like when she's like that. All right. Let's see what the latest is. Okay, what did we decide we want to do? We've got, let's read these posts first. Something to do with the sister. I think that's a good guess, Antina. The sister is messed up in this. I think that's a good guess. All right, Jonathan, what have we decided we want to do here? We have to read these, right? Because we're about to advance it. So the blogs we're about to read are before we tell her this latest information. So I guess we got to read these now. All right, let's look at these new posts first. I think we've seen screenshot 1 and 2 already, so I think screenshot 3 is new for us. Grateful for the search party. So here's Rosemary Kent writing to thank everyone for... Okay, this is a good example of why you've got to read these in order. So we read the transcripts of what happened in the search parties, and now here she is writing about it. I know that I've had some choice words for certain members of this forum in the past regarding their salacious attitudes toward the open investigation into the disappearance of my son, but I'd like to thank each and every one of you who joined the search party for Liam this afternoon. While we had a number of snags along the way, the volunteer turnout was the highest it's been in months. I know deep down that we've been making amazing progress in tracking Liam's movements. I know he's out there, and your help searching for him means a lot to me. If you could all encourage more people to join us, I know we'd find something. Anthony, the family friend and runner of the museum, says, anytime. It was my pleasure to help. I'll see if I can round up anyone from the museum to help for the next party. Sarah says, a few snags? No offense, hon, but the whole thing was a disaster. People were hurt. Frankly, we're lucky nobody died. Norman says, did anyone else notice the weather change when we all entered the forest? It was nice and sunny before we went in there. Then all of a sudden the sky got darker, wind got heavier, and the air got so cold I couldn't feel my fingers. My old bones just couldn't hold up to those conditions. That's why I had to leave so early. Harriet, who we know, chimes in again. I have interpreted the murmuring of the forest. She wants us to stay out. Andrea Tan, the counselor, school counselor, says, that was just the trees walking the sun. You're being irrational. Andrea is the science person. She doesn't like any of the superstition. Alexander Johnston says, I didn't notice any changes in the weather, but I heard something coming towards us. When I turned around, there's nothing there. Elliot Colson says, yeah, I'm not sure I'll be joining the next search party. We got lost more than a few times, and I'm not willing to risk dying out there of thirst or exposure or whatever else it is that kills people in the woods. Here's Andrea Tan again, the scientist. We certainly got turned around quite a few times, but I don't think there was ever anything to worry about. After all, what better time is there to get lost than when there's already a search party dispatched nearby? Sarah Schroeder then says, as head of the Neighborhood Watch, I have sworn to act in the interest of the greater good of this community. That is why, after a long period of careful thought, I'm launching a petition for the sheriff to call off any further search parties into the Black Hills Forest. There have simply been too many alarming reports coming from those search parties. I've been able to put up with them until now, but people have started to be hurt out there. Till we evaluate and understand those occurrences as a group, we need to give the forest a wide berth. I'll be going around to each household to ask that you sign my petition, and I plan to pass the signatures on to Sheriff's Office so this can be set in stone. Rosemary, I know you've been searching tirelessly for your son there, and you have my deepest sympathies. But we keep putting ourselves in danger. I apologize for leaving the search party early this past weekend. However, being in those woods doesn't sit right with me anymore after what happened to Kristen. Who is Kristen? Kristen's not the sister. The sister's name is Jess. Who's Kristen? Oh, Kristen may be the person who broke her leg, remember? In one of the police reports. You know, going back to what Jonathan said, I feel like these would have been better to read before we read our reports from the detectives about the search party. I feel like these things should be read before the case. This is kind of what we were talking about before. It feels wrong to be reading these now. We should have been reading these before. Anthony says, feel free to visit his office, Sarah. I'll have you know that while Saturday may have been a bit rocky, we managed to discover a number of Liam's possessions in the forest today. Liam's still out there, and we're getting closer to finding him. Do I understand your fear? Yes, in fact, I share it. But at the end of the day, I care about that kid, and that's what matters. All right. That's just a screenshot. That's how it's explaining to us that we can't click on it. I like that. Oh, come on, guys. Don't make me do this each time. Do we update this? Oh, don't know. Better type it in again. Okay. And then there's some photos we didn't see. Here's a new photo. This game is mistake. This game is a bug. This is a bug. This is a, I don't know what you would call this, but it's clear that there's no point in us seeing this now. This should have been at the beginning of the case to set the tone, right? This is the stuff that was in the box. It would have been more effective for us to see this first, to whet our appetite and then open the box. Although, there's that drawing, and there's the kid's note, and there's the father's note, and there's his report. What's that thing? What's that thing? In the center. Just a flower? I think we might have to try the next one by reading her blog and photos when we start the case. I think we might have to try to do that and just hope it doesn't spoil anything. All right, now let's read her new blogs. Let's read these and imagine what would have happened if we read these at the beginning of the case. Let's see if anything would get spoiled. Sarah Schroeder started a petition to keep everyone out of the forest. If she thinks it's going to stop the search party, she's going to be sorely disappointed. Saturday. Nobody believes me, but I swear that I saw two figures through the tree line during today's search. They were standing far away, and it was only for a moment. There was nobody there when I ran over to where I had seen them. Kept calling out his name and hearing my own voice echo back like I was mocking myself. The rest of the party damn near dragged me out of the woods when sunset came. I was finally able to convince some people to join me in looking for Liam. Though we didn't really find anything, I'm still grateful for all those who came with me. It was my first time going that deep into the woods since HUD passed. Between that and the dreams I've been having, I don't want to go alone. Some folks complained about hearing things following us or calling to us, but when we went in, I couldn't hear anything. No birds, no squirrels, just us. Another search party goes out tomorrow. I should try to get some sleep before then. Thursday. When Liam was a kid, he made me a necklace out of beads with the word mommy on it. He was so shy about giving it to me, but when he did, I could tell how excited he was. He said, I made this about you, not for you, but about you. That always stuck with me. Felt like, even at a young age, he knew who I was, just like I knew him. The necklace is still in my jewelry box, and it still feels brand new when I look at it. It still feels like he trusts me when I hold it. Thursday. Remember, these seem to be written in chronological reverse order, like maybe we should be reading them from the bottom up. Before that post, she writes, the nightmares don't end. Can't sleep for more than a couple hours at a time. They're always the same, always about Liam and the forest. I see his silhouette through the trees, and I feel a loneliness I know is his as much as it is mine. We are so close to finding him. I trust that more than anything. Anthony's been as great a help as ever, and the detective I hired, that's us, is making progress. All I have to do is get the rest of this town to help. This is a numbers game, that's all. And then before that, Wednesday, sometimes I feel like these posts are the only thing I can really control. It's easy to give up when you feel weak and frustrated about the things you can't do. I know my son is out there. I know I can find him and bring him home. And Jonathan says, I will say the letter from the mother did a good job of setting the scene for this box. Jonathan's talking about this letter from the mother. The tide is turning, the search party says resumed. I think it would have been better to read those blogs at the beginning of the case. All right, well, we're ready to tell her the news about what Carver wants, and surely she's not going to be disturbed at all. She's going to take this very calmly and rationally, and she's not going to be upset. This would be one of these things where you tell the person to sit down first. Are you sitting down? All right, so we're going to give her a tip. Right, tip line. We're going to send her a message, new message, and we're going to tell her. Now, how does the game phrase what it wants from us here? It says, send her the name of what Carver is after now. All right, so the name. So I'm thinking we should just say, we don't even call. Jonathan says we don't even call her. We just email her. Oh, by the way, the creature's after your other son. I think it wants us to tell it the full name. So Tristan, not Skunk. We're supposed to have figured out, whoops, that this is actually Tristan. It wants. That's how you spell his name, right? We haven't seen what happens when you tell her nonsense. I suppose we could try that on the last case. All right, here we go. Message sent. Let's see if she's waiting at the computer like normal. Yeah, she is. 3:07 a.m. and she's still awake. Okay. Oh, this breaks my heart to hear this. We're going to hear some audio now. All right. Brace yourselves. This is not going to be pretty. It went to your spam, says Jonathan. Okay, here we go. Oh boy. All right. Brace yourselves, guys.
No! Not Tristan! Not my little skunk! I'm on my way home right now! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Of all the times to be stopped at a goddamn red light!
Oh,
come on, come on, come on!
Pull over to the side of the road.
Turn green, damn it! Turn green! Turn green! That psycho. He's not going to get what he wants. Not again. Not ever again. Oh no. I called Lanning's office. He should be on his way. I'm going to rip Carver's head off. I'm going to scatter his body all through the woods. Tristan? Tristan? Honey, please answer me right now. Tristan? Tristan! Where are you? Tristan! Tristan! Oh no! He's gone! Oh no! I won't let this happen! Not again! And you're not going to either. We are going to fix this. That's Lanning. I'm going to have to talk to him. I'll be in touch.
Wow, was that stressful? Holy cow. She got the message while she was driving in the car in the rain. That was scary. I thought there was going to be a car crash. That's why you don't tell someone this in an email while they're driving. That was pretty high tension. That was pretty well done. Then she got home. Jonathan says these audio clips are the highlight of this experience. Yeah, that's for sure. Those are very well done with very high tension ratcheted up. She's like on 11 with her nerves are completely frazzled. And they're frazzling mine too. And now Tristan is missing. That was rough. I knew she wasn't going to take it well. I knew she wasn't going to take it well, but I didn't know she was going to be in the car in the rain. Now we got to find Tristan too. That's scary. What did they do? What did this family do? What did the sister do to start all this? That's spooky. All right, what we'll do is we're going to take a 10-minute break, a long break between boxes now. In that 10-minute break, I'll clean up. I'll get set up for our next box. You guys can stretch, go to the bathroom, make some tea, try to clear your nerves, reset. We'll come back and we'll play box 4. It's 3:10 a.m. That means we've been playing for 4 hours. If we play for another 4 hours on box 4, we're going to be here till 7 something, but we're going to be okay with stopping early if we don't think we'll solve it. And we're going to start by reading her blogs, and hopefully that won't ruin anything. But I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Well, that was stressful. I thought Rosemary was going to get into a car crash. I really thought we were going to have a death on our hands with Rosemary. Next time you ask them if they're sitting down, and don't put that in an email. All right, is the team all back? Are the detectives back on the scene, ready to go with box 4? So she's gone home. Her son Tristan is missing. The dog is there. And the sheriff is pounding on the door. That was all just very well done to create tension. So the sheriff has come to her door. I guess she called him. All right, let's see what we've got here. Episode 4 has only 9 items. Looks like the case is the same. When we know the solution, go to the website. But we're going to try to do maybe something different this time. We may break the rules and go to the website first because that feels like more thematic. So before we open this, we're going to try something different now. Hopefully it won't mess things up for us. But we're going to go, right? That's our plan. We're going to read Rosemary's blog before we start this case. Feels like this is a scary time to try it. But yeah, because Rosemary, we haven't told her the answer yet. So her blogs can't be about what we tell her. I think we should read her blog first. Let's try it. Let's just see what happens if we do it first. This is an experiment. We're going to see if narratively this works better for us. Okay. So we're putting in the password. Okay, and now we're going to read from the bottom up. All right, this could spoil stuff for us. We don't know. We're going to find out. Okay. So, Sunday, 6:09 p.m. I just found these little figures in the front yard. They're made of sticks and twine, and they look vaguely human. I feel sick to my stomach and furious all at once. I spent all day in the museum wading through research that Anthony gathered for me about the other children who have gone missing. He's been helping me out as best as he can, trying to teach me about the history of the area. He says he wants me to be armed with knowledge. I've avoided that kind of research until today because it felt like giving in to superstition. But I don't know what else to do at this point. Still, if any of this were real, someone would have found something in the woods by now. Sure, all legends come from a grain of truth, but that's a grain. Okay, so here are some things she found, those figures. This time there were 4 stick figures left out on the porch, all different sizes. I found them a few minutes ago when I accidentally stepped on the largest one while I was leaving for work. Really? You broke one? Is that wise? I've been watching the porch with Hud's gun in my lap all night, but no sign of Carver. I can barely keep my eyes open right now. Going to make myself another cup of coffee. Wednesday, 4:35 a.m. She's up early. There was a stick figure waiting for me in my seat as soon as I got back. I dropped the cup and it shattered over the porch, all over the porch. I managed to slice my palm open trying to pick up the shards. I can't go on living like this. Something has to give. And now she's putting blood on these creatures, on these sticks. Managed to sleep for a few hours. Dreamed about Liam and Tristan and Hudson sitting around a campfire that grew and grew until it ate all 3 of them away. Gonna lose them for good if I don't act now. I just know it. I've got to find Carver, but how? How can I do any better than the search parties have already been doing? Saturday. This time it was a direct message, a taunt and an invitation, and God help me, I've got no choice but to answer it. I'm going to ask Anthony to bring me out one last time, and then I'm going to send everything I've got to the detective. I think I finally have everything I need. I've got food, a map, a hunting knife, HUD's gun, plenty of batteries for my flashlight, a portable Wi-Fi hotspot, and tank. I'm ready to go. I just need to know where. This sounds like we should be reading. This is appropriate for us to read. She's telling us how she's about to send us something, and here she has decided to send it. Anna says the four figures could be the family. Dad, mom, 2 kids, and she stepped on the dad. Interesting idea. John said, last time we were like, oh no, Tristan's in danger, but first let's catch up on Rosemary's blog. Okay. All right, so, and then what's new here? A new post, new thread on the neighborhood next door equivalent. Sarah says, I know I phrased this a bit dispassionately when I made my first announcement, but I cannot stress enough how important it is that every resident of Burkittsville stays out of the Black Hills Forest. Since my last update, I've been finding piles of stones all around the outskirts of town on my walks. Like something is slowly building a wall between us and the forest. The message couldn't possibly be any more clear. Whatever's in there wants to hurt anyone who sets foot in the forest. The children and I have been having nightmares just from the thought of what will happen there next. They've been waking me up in the middle of the night to ask me if they're going to go missing next. What am I supposed to tell them? I understand the concern for poor Tristan Kent and the urgency that many of you feel to resolve his disappearance, as well as the hope that came with finding some of Liam Kent's possessions in the forest. But none of this will end in anything but heartbreak. It never has, not even once. Andrea Tan, who was present for the search party's discovery, has informed me in no uncertain terms that Liam's things appeared to be arranged, not dropped. By trying to search the forest, aren't we playing directly into the hands of whoever or whatever took them? Anthony says, are you serious? A woman has lost her children, and you're worried about what to tell yours about the situation? Diane says, I agree. No one should be stepping foot into that place at all. I've been saying this ever since those college students disappeared, and still nobody listens. They interviewed my cousin for their little movie right before they vanished, and he said they seemed so sweet. Somebody should have warned them off their project. Sarah, I know you're acting in the best interest of the people in this town. Joanna says, that was 20 years ago, and we don't know exactly what happened. Besides, those kids weren't from here. The people of this town grew up with that forest, and we know it better than anyone. Karen says, agreed. The Kent family's business is their own. My heart goes out to Rosemary, it really does. But at the end of the day, we all have our own people to look out for. Okay. So that was our little flavor, and now we're going to open the letter. I think that was the right thing to do. I think that should be read first. I think the game should tell you to read that first. That sets a little tone, and then when we're ready to have the answer, we can jump right to it. All right, let's open this envelope that doesn't want you to ever give it away to anyone else. I guess it's not stopping you from giving it away. It's just stopping you from pretending it's new. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, checking the envelope. All right, we got a compass, a working compass. And, looks like a magnifying glass. Could come in handy in the future. Pretty reasonable quality, actually. I don't like what it portends, though. I don't like that it portends I'm going to have to be reading something tiny. This is probably just for flavor. Oh, it's got something on the back. Okay. Can you see what it says there? It says... I don't know if you can read that. Can you guys read that? It says each square an hour. Each square an hour. This doesn't seem to have any writing anywhere. All right, so I think we should write down each square an hour. Sounds like maybe it's going to give us a map. And each square of the map grid is going to be 1 hour of travel time, I'm guessing. All right, well, let's read Rosemary's letter and see how it compares to the blog and the posts and see if we like the idea of reading those blogs first. Rosemary says, hello. Carver left me another message a few nights ago. He left a note right on my front doorstep. All the sick, invasive, downright evil things to do. Hasn't this son of a bitch done enough to me? When will I have suffered enough? When I think about him slithering around out in the woods, looking at my house from the tree line and peering into my window, my head gets light and I get so nauseated that I feel as though I might be dying. I can't sleep at all anymore. Every night I just sit up on the porch or in Tristan's bed with Hud's old shotgun in my lap until the sun finally rises. Sometimes I'll hear a noise in the night and run toward it. Finally ready to pull the trigger on this lunatic, but it's only ever the wind. I haven't shown Lanning Carver's message. I haven't shown Sheriff Lanning Carver's message. It'll just get sent off to some lab where it'll gather dust on a shelf for months, if not years. Even if it gets fast-tracked, what good will it do? The sheriff's office already knows where he is, and they're still not finding him. The forest is too huge and confusing for them to handle. It's time to take this completely into my own hands, like I should have from the beginning. There's no point in spending another second in this house or this town. My sons aren't here. They're in that forest. Carver's only gotten cockier over these past few months. At this point, he wants me to come out and find him. Something in that note has to give us some sort of context as to where he's hiding. Luckily, even if the lead is obscure, we've got a bona fide expert on the Black Hills Forest on our side. Took a while to convince Anthony to help me collect what we need. He kept trying to talk me down at first. Eventually, I had to grab him by the shoulders, look him dead in the eyes, and tell him that there's already one man standing between me and my sons. That one man is already one too many. And that friendship or no, I'm prepared to bring that number to 0 by any means necessary. That finally convinced him to relent. Anthony gathered most of what I'm sending you from the museum attic. He said that since the forest is so dangerous, my best chance of making a successful journey out there was to study the accounts of people who made trips deep into the woods and lived to tell the tale. You'll need to cross-reference the map with the historical accounts Anthony has given us and find the location of Carver's hiding place. When you figure it out, send me the correct map coordinates on the tip line. New password is Echo 12. Even though I'm going to be totally alone out there, I have faith that the help I get from the outside is going to see me through. Rosemary. All right, so we need to give her coordinates on the map. Do we need to give her coordinates? What does it say? Send me the correct map coordinates. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're getting there. So Carver's hiding spot, huh? Okay. I feel I like the reading of the blog entries first. I think those set the tone. They talked a little bit about what we read, but in a way that felt right. All right, let's scan through what we've got here, and then we'll go through it in detail. Another letter from Carver taunting her. What does she say? She thinks there's some obscure clues in there, right? Something in that note has to give us some sort of context as to where he's hiding. Luckily, even if the lead is obscure, ... Okay, so here's a note from Carver taunting her that she thinks has got some obscure context to where he's hiding in the forest. Okay. Then here's a letter from Anthony to us about Rosemary. And then we've got something interesting, a very interesting document here. Carver uses the same paper as the husband. He doesn't use just the same paper. Yes, he's using the same paper as the husband. That's very creepy. It's a good thing to keep in mind. That's a good point. I don't know if he's reusing the paper that the husband left in the forest. Remember, the husband says he leaves notes. He left notes in the forest during the old days. This looks like a map, a diagram that the husband may have drawn up when he's planning to renovate this house. She wants me to build a window in the attic. She told me the spot, plaster interior. She needs a basement. She expects company soon. Stone foundation, stick built, cement exterior. And then these are some notes about this. Mr. Kip. These are signed Ned. We ran into something with Ned at some point. I'm trying to remember what it was. See if anyone can remember. And it says, I hope Carver isn't the dad. Something weird is going on with time in the forest. That's a good point. Remember, the kid says at first, I thought you were my dad. Okay, then we've got some documents from a young man named Aloysius Mastins. He was a member of the search party that combed through the forest. So, what does Rosemary say that she's asking Anthony to find? She had to convince Anthony to help her. Anthony says your best chance for making a successful journey was to study the accounts of people who made trips deep into the woods who learned to live the tale. Okay, so these are reports of people who made it deep into the woods in cursive, lots of stuff. That's a little unfortunate, but hopefully nothing secret message we have to find in there. And then Anthony has sent us a play that he's been writing about the execution of the Blair Witch. That's a little troubling. Why is Anthony so involved in all this? I don't like it. And then, look at this. A map of the forest. There's Burkittsville. And then we've got Timber Company Outpost. We've heard some stories about the Timber Company. Our guy, Andrew, not Andrew, whatever his name is, he had a relative who worked in the Timber Company. And I think the father may have worked for, I don't remember if the father worked for this company or not. So you can see the grid locations are all numbered. They're all individually listed. So we have to figure out which grid that Carver is hiding in. Now, you may not be able to see this. John says, I hope we do better than Bureau of Investigation Case 5, which also had a map. Now, you may not be able to see this so easily, but there is text written on this map in tiny text. There's some text here. There's text here. There's text here, here, here. So I'll try to zoom in on that as close as I can. I think we'll be able to read it. One of us or both of us will be able to read it. But let's put this aside for now. We've scanned the items. Now it's time to actually read them. Let's just put this out of the way here. John says, will the auto zoom cubes be able to handle the green? I hope it will. Me too. I can always manually zoom in. Okay. Let's figure out, let's tackle this note first. Rosemary. This is from Carver. Boys keep calling out into the woods for you, and you never answer them. You've really been letting them down over these past few months, haven't you? In fact, you've been letting them down for their entire lives. Never able to protect them, to comfort them, to realize the depths of their pain. At least now you'll never be able to fail them again either. Wow, this guy is... he really doesn't like her. Remember when you would play hide and seek with Liam when he was little? How he would always hide in the roots of that gnarled old tree at the very edge of the forest. I'd watch from the tree line, seeing you pretend to search everywhere, even though he always hid in the same place. I'm sure you wish it was that easy now, but this game is gonna be a fair measure more challenging. You're not gonna be able to just waltz into the woods and stumble upon the light of my campfire. That's not what she wants. She wants you to suffer, and so do I. But if you're smart enough, maybe you'll be able to find your way to your sons. Maybe you'll even get a glimpse of dear old Hud. Oh, and in case you haven't figured it out yet, there's a reason that your search parties have failed to find me for so long. Sunlight conceals the truth of the forest. To see the light of my fire, you'll have to enter after dark. I don't need to tell you to come by yourself. I already know you will. And then he's given this encrypted message, which we will now decode. God, why are they so angry at Rosemary? Why are they so angry at Rosemary? What did she do? All right, so we've got FIND US. I can read this now. W. That's an HER. Find us where ASHRED shred, and then of, and then that OLL thing, what was that again? P. We're a shred of PROPIET, propriety, okay, WAS. A shred of propriety was L, which one is that last thing? was lost. Find us where a shred of propriety was lost. Remember, she's the woman that she had one of the houses on the original map. We'll go read it again. And then this last part says Carver, signed Carver. Okay. Find us where a shred of propriety was lost. All right. I think we're going to need to, I'm sure we'll read about propriety in these messages, but I think maybe it makes sense for us to look at that map in the first book. Let's see. I think it may have been mentioned in the brochure as well. Jonathan says he thinks you remember it became the library. So yeah, Propriety Good Neighbor Library, established 1723. Okay, so that's this place right here. Originally the estate of wealthy, childless, and notoriously reclusive widow Propriety Good Neighbor. This building was refurbished and reopened as the town's library after Good Neighbor's sudden death. We don't know how she died, and we don't know what shred of something was lost. Where a shred of her was lost. So maybe knowing that she used to live here may not help her too much, may not help us, but was something of hers lost somewhere? Okay, let's put that map out of the way. We've decoded this. We're done with this. Put that out of the way. Okay. Jonathan says he thinks the building diagram may have been the library or what used to be her house. That's a very interesting idea. Okay, well here it is. 2 stories plus an attic, 2 chimneys. Let's see what we got here. 2 stories plus an attic. Only 1 chimney here, but maybe this was, this was how it was originally. And then this is how it got remodeled. Certainly would make sense. It's the right shape, the right number of stories. Very likely, I think. Very likely. All right, let's see what Anthony's found for us. Burkittsville History Museum, Main Street, Burkittsville. Investigator. Since Rosemary is truly hell-bent on doing this, and you're the one who's managed to help her get this far already, I'm going to do everything in my power to arm the both of you with as much information as possible. I collected a few things that will help you navigate the forest. 3 historical documents, a map, a magnifying glass, and a compass. The 3 historical documents have each been taken from the museum's archive. I'm including them because they each convey the experience of someone who spent a prolonged period of time in the forest and came out more or less intact. I hope they'll provide some guidance on how to get your bearings in the woods and how to navigate between 3 of its major landmarks in particular once you do. I imagine the map and its accompanying instruments will be useful on that front as well. As far as I'm aware, the map itself is the most geographically accurate account of the forest to date. That's including satellite imagery. Digital imaging of the area has always proven to be a challenge. There's actually a very interesting history behind the map and the man who made it. Emmanuel Ramos was a renowned surveyor and cartographer who was hired by a now defunct sawmill to chart out the area in 1953 after a number of the facility's employees began to complain that none of the maps of the area were accurate. As the story goes, Ramos became obsessed with the forest during that period. When he turned in the map, he told sawmill officials that traditional directions don't work in the forest, and that instead travelers had to move according to the cues that the land itself gives them. He said he considered the cues to be cardinal. Cardinal. Don't we normally think of cardinal like ordinal, like orthogonal, north, south, west, east? I don't know. Considered the cues to be cardinal. I'm not sure exactly what that is trying to say. That strikes me as a melodramatic way to describe the cartographic process, but I suppose that he'd earned the right at that point, seeing as he'd successfully charted a region that had confounded his colleagues for centuries. The record on Ramos gets a little hazy after that. He completely fell off the map, so to speak, within a year of completing the project. The compass and magnifying glass I'm passing on to you belong to Ramos as well. Maybe using them will help you to see the forest the same way he did. All right, I admit I'm rambling on about obscure historical facts so I don't have to put my feelings into words. Detective, I want you to know that Rosemary is the strongest person I've ever met. She's managed to stand so tall for so long in the face of such unbelievable loss. But at the end of the day, she's only human, and the forces she's going up against aren't. Please do the best you can to see her through this. Signed, Anthony. Okay, I'm going to write down here that Ramos considers the cues to be cardinal. Not sure exactly what he means by that. He said traditional directions don't work. Don't work. Move according to cues. That the land gives. I think that sounds like he's saying you can't tell someone go north, go south, go west, go east. You have to say go towards this, go towards that. Interesting idea. Okay, so here's Anthony giving us these documents, and then he gives us the play he wrote. I hope he tells us why he's done that. Okay, let's look at this document. Anthony says, that's interesting. What is that word? I've scanned a few journal pages of a young man named Aloysius Marstons. Aloysius Mastons for you. Mr. Mastons was a member of a search party that combed through the forest for a number of days in the late 19th century, making several valuable, though largely unconfirmed and inexplicable, observations along the way. Master's journals were passed down through his family for years before being donated to the museum by a great-great-granddaughter who was moving out of town and didn't want to carry much of the past with her. Hopefully her loss will be your gain. And Tina says, I think he's saying that the cues are very important, but gives us a hint that the cues are northeast. Yeah, I'm thinking that he's saying that the cues are related to the cardinal directions, north, south, west, east. Can someone look up the word cardinal and tell us if there's an interesting history or anything with that word? Like what's the root of that word? What's the etymology of cardinal? What is it actually? I thought it just meant north, south, west, east, but I don't know if it has any actual history to it, any etymological history. Anna says there are cardinal numbers. Also, that's right, there are cardinal numbers. Now, what are the cardinal numbers? Are they the positive integers? Are those the cardinals? Not including 0? I need to look this up because you guys are not, sometimes you don't listen to me. You don't, most of the time you do. But I'm curious now what the cardinal numbers are. The cardinal numbers are the counting numbers that start from 1 and go on sequentially. So yeah, those are the positive integers. Or I don't know if 0 is considered positive integers, but yes, that's what I remembered. Okay, so cardinal numbers start at 1 and go up. So they're the integers not including 0, positive integers. Not including 0. And then if we look up cardinal comes from the Latin cardinalis, meaning the principal, chief, or essential. So the key directions or the key numbers. And then in the sense of directions, there's probably a sub-meaning. The cardinal points are north, south, east, and west. The cardinal sins are too well known to require rehearsal. The cardinal virtues, the cardinal numbers are 1, 2, 3, as opposed to the ordinal numbers first, second, third. Okay, so cardinal meaning chief, principal, and when it comes to directions, it means north, south, west, east. North, south, east, west. Okay, good. Back to our game. A little bit of math lesson. I just got a new math book that looks interesting. I don't remember. I think maybe from watching Stephen Wolfram, who I hate, his talks, I think he mentioned category theory, and I heard someone else talking about category theory. Category theory is sort of an advanced math concept that sounds like it's not real. It sounds like it's not complicated, but given the fact that it's taught in graduate level, I don't know. I've never encountered category theory technically. The technical definition of category theory. So I just got a book that sounds like it's trying to be a sort of gentle introduction to category theory. It's called Something Life. The author is an Asian woman, and she wrote a book before this on category theory called Baking Pie or something. I just started reading it. I'm a little bit suspicious of it because it's got some non-mathy stuff in there that feels to me like it's sort of over self-indulgent, but I'm curious about it, and I'm curious about category theory. We'll have a different video on that. Let's go back to our game. Okay, so here's Master's journals. He led a search party, came back, made some observations, survived. Aloysius Masters from his journal. March 14th, 1886. Let's see if we can read this. It's too bad when it's wide because then it's harder to make it enlarge much. I'll have to probably read from here. Where are my glasses? This one may require glasses. He says, back in town now, spent the day out in the forest once again. Traveled several hours past the bone white rock where we ended our search yesterday, but still to no avail. We 14 able-bodied men, volunteers from about town who know the area and its peculiarities well, have not been able to find any sign that another human being has ever been in these woods at all. Okay, he said several hours past the bone white rock. Remember that his compass says each square is an hour. So I think we're going to have to start marking these paragraphs where he talks about landmarks. So he says several hours, which means several grid squares past the bone white rock. I don't know, just out of fun, we could see. Can we see a bone white rock on our map here? I see some of the text. All right, we're going to have to study this text more carefully soon. I wonder if we should do that first so that when we see something we can read it. I think that's what we should do. I think it would be useful for us to read all the text about landmarks on the map first. That way when we're reading, if something strikes a bell, we'll put a marker on it. All right, so this is going to be a little tricky. I think maybe the way to do it is for me to go into the super close-up and then just move the map, move us to these places one at a time. Okay, so here's this first text here. Can you guys read this without magnification? I know I can't. Let's see if I can magnify it for you, if you can even read it better or worse. It says, underground ancient moors bind through shattered skulls deep underground. It's in a circle, so it's hard to know when it ends. But I think it says Moors wind? Moors wind. Moors wind through shattered skulls deep underground ancient. It's hard to know where it starts. Maybe it says ancient moors wind through shattered skulls deep underground. I guess we're going to have to start. Let's see if we can, maybe we have to do it this way. You're not going to be able to read my writing much better than this, but I think we're going to say ancient moors wind through shattered skulls deep underground. I don't know if it's worth doing this for each of these. Probably not. All right, let's just try to read them and then we'll see if anything strikes our memory as we go. All right, so moving along here, we've got some more text here. This one at least is circular. So it says, tears of the drowned ceaselessly flow down the creek. Can you read that without the magnifying glass? Or if I magnify it, is it easier for you to read? All right, let's look for any more text. There's some text here. It says, "Lost souls weep from nostalgia and regret." Here. Maybe just put tears on this one. Okay, Jonathan said. Tears. And then this one is the souls weep. I mean, I can actually read most of these, so I think maybe the ones that I can read, I don't have to mark. I'll just mark the ones like this one that are very confusing because it's circular and everything. All right, scrolling over, I don't see any text here, but there is some faint text here. Oh, can you see that? Sorry. Gotta scroll this all the way here. So there is some faint text here, horizontal. Let's see what that says. It says, boy, that's small. Forks of lightning erupt from the clear sky. All right, I'm gonna have to write that one down because that one I can't read. Need some more of these. Forks of lightning erupt from the clear sky. All right. Moving along, there's some text here in darkness. It says, through the sun moves, though the sun moves through the sky, the shadows of the pines stay fixed in place. All right, I might have to write that one down because it's so small. Though the sun moves through the sky, the shadows of the pines stay fixed in place. My writing's not that much better than the rest than it's writing here. Okay, and there's some more text here. It says, "Here I saw the eyeless creatures hoard their bones." Here I saw the eyeless creatures hoard their bones. And then here it says, I'm gonna need the magnifying glass for this one. It says, I hear her wild something to climb to the oak trees and leap into the air, but I will not give in. It sounds like when they're here, their witch is telling them to do something. I hear her whistle to climb onto the oak trees and leap into the air, but I will not give in. Okay, so it sounds like oak trees here. Then there's some more text here. It says, the crows feed at blood red dusk. Okay, so here they hear the whisper to climb the trees and jump off. And here The crows feed at blood red dusk. Okay, so that might be a time information. Then we've got a little circular one here. It says, here the vermin fester in the bleak sunlight, but dance under the light of the moon. The vermin fester in the bleak sunlight, but dance under the light of the moon. So I guess if someone's report said I saw vermin dancing, you'd know it was at night. Something like that. Then we've got some more text hidden here. This one says, the heavy limbs of trees are scarred with claw marks and carvings. The heavy limbs of trees are scarred with claw marks and carvings. So if someone tells us they're seeing trees with claw marks and carvings, we'd know they were here. Okay, there's another entry here. It says, the sky shines bright red. The sun and moon are nowhere to be seen. The sky shines bright red. The sun and moon are nowhere to be seen. Okay, that's creepy. I wonder if we should at least mark all the locations of places where we see stuff in case we don't remember to look there. Okay, there's another piece of text here. The ground with its dreadful murmurs will cradle careless travelers for eternity. The ground with its dreadful murmurs will cradle careless travelers for eternity. I don't know if you can see that. All right, I think we're almost done here with text. I don't think I see any more. All right, I am going to put marks where all the texts are, just so we can at a glance make sure we don't miss any text, any labeled locations that have text. Because it's a little easy to miss these. Does that make sense what I'm doing? We'll still have to read them, but at least we'll be able to quickly look on the map and say, okay, we don't have to hunt for hidden text. We know these are the places. Hopefully we haven't missed any. No text at the timber company. We did that one. We did that one. Did those two. That one. I think that's it. Oh, wait, one more here. Okay, let's see. I'm not sure I read that one, did I? That one says, the sky shines bright red, the sun and moon are nowhere to be seen. Yes, we did. All right, before we go back to reading, let's look at this map for another second and see what we notice here. So there's Burkittsville, formerly known as Blair. Water, it says. Water around the town. I'm not sure what that means, but there's a path to the timber outpost. Then they built a railway station between the timber company through these mountainous areas to the timber outpost. And then tons of forest. Trees all look basically the same, don't they? I don't think they differentiated kinds of trees. There's a bunch of small trees here. Other than that, the trees look basically the same. Nothing else jumps out at me. River. I guess that's a pretty substantial piece of information if someone's near a river. John says, any hidden text in Burkittsville itself? Doesn't appear to be. Doesn't appear to be, and appears to be consistent with the map as we know it, I believe. So there's church, graveyard, church and a graveyard, church and graveyard. Then the place, which is the sheriff's office. Then 21, which is the school, the diner, and Propriety Good Neighbors place. All right. I think that was helpful. Nothing else really jumps out at me from looking at this map, but we've got water. We've got some landmarks. And we've got some descriptions of the areas. I think that'll be helpful to us. All right, let me put this out on the table, in fact, underneath as we read. That way we can easily refer to it when we need to. All right, now going back to this, let's just reread this paragraph and see if we have any more insight into it. Why are these red markers everywhere? They shouldn't be. I don't know if this Zoom is going to get confused by these red markers, but we'll see. Back in town, spent the day in the forest once again. Traveled several hours past the Bone White Rock, where we ended our search yesterday, but to no avail. So Bone White Rock, the only thing that sounds a little bit like that, if you remember, is here it says, here I saw the eyeless creatures hoard their bones. Here on the map, hoard their bones. That could be it, although we don't see any rock here. Okay. It was tragic, not yet not unsurprising, when that young girl became lost in the forest. It still disturbs me to the utmost degree, however, to think that the first group of men sent to search for her should disappear as well. There was also the part about the wind through the skull. That's interesting, because wind through the skull could be a... Oh, areas 2014. The Bone White Rock. Yeah, that could be a skull. I've got an idea. Since we're 58 minutes in, why don't we take a break here, and I'll scan this, then we can annotate directly on it if we have theories. All right, so I'll see you in 8 minutes, and we'll continue. It's 4:30. This may be some meaty work to go through, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I've scanned in the documents if we want to write on them. Here's a case where it might be nice for Anthony in his museum to invest in a better scanner himself. So these would be easier to read. So maybe we should leave this for last, this map thing. Jonathan and I were just talking in the chat about our plans. If this seems like it's going to be a real puzzle, maybe we'll save the map detail stuff for the next session. So maybe we'll put this side the map, the search party map reports for temporarily while we look at the other documents. Let me just arrange them. All right, so we've got two other documents that we want to read. One is the Execution of Blair Witch play written by Anthony. I'm a little bit suspicious of Anthony. Maybe he's going to explain why he sent us that. And then the other thing to read is this report on the rebuilding of the house, maybe by Hudson. Although this guy is Ned, and I know we heard from a Ned before, but I don't remember in what respect. Let's read this first. This is The Execution of the Blair Witch, written by Anthony Rapinoe, Act 1, Scene 5. So we're already rejoining the play halfway into it. Let's see what he says about why he's sending us this. This script is a section of a historical play that I staged a few years ago, titled The Past Never Dies, a first-person anthology of tales from Old Blair. This particular scene is a dramatization of the Honorable Judge Jonathan Goodneighbor's journal entries written just a few months before his death in 1785. So is this the husband of Propriety Goodneighbor? Goodneighbor's journal was originally found in the walls of the museum during HUD's renovations. Could this be what started all this? A rat had made its nest out of the pages, but the few sections that were still legible have provided a fascinating insight into the trial and condemnation of the alleged Blair Witch. Oh, that's cool. While the lack of concrete information regarding the accused witch's death, those particular pages having been long since lost, forced me to take a number of creative liberties and make some educated guesses. All of the information on the directions that Goodneighbor took in the forest itself are accurate to history. Okay, so sounds like it's going to be the partner information to the search party stuff, but maybe provided in a different form. Wow, how cool is that? Her journal, or his journal, Judge Jonathan Goodneighbor's journal, written a few months before his death in 1785. Let's see, I can write on this copy. This is my scanned copy. During HUD's renovation. And he says he's had to make up some stuff. But this is about the trial of the Blair Witch. That's amazing. Okay, Act 1, Scene 5. Interior of Judge Goodneighbor's quarters in the afternoon. Am I not in the good camera? Why not? Why do I not deserve to be in the good camera? Okay. Goodneighbor paces the floor of his bedroom and crosses to his desk. Sitting, he prepares his journal and writes. Goodneighbor, writing weary. This is the journal of Jonathan Goodneighbor, recorded this horrid evening, February 17th, 1785. What parts does he have to guess? He says, information regarding the accursed witch's death. Okay, so anything about her death he had to make up. But information on directions are historically accurate. Okay, this is the journal of Jonathan Goodneighbor, recorded this hard evening, February 17, 1785. The townsfolk complain of witchcraft. Many children bear the same mark on their wrists from where she carved and siphoned blood. It was told to me that she collected the blood into several small bowls and arranged them in her cellar into some satanic symbol. John says it was odd it was found in the walls of the museum versus the library. Was the museum the old town hall? What were we told about what the museum was? To answer Jonathan's question, the museum doesn't say. But didn't we read somewhere else it was one of the oldest buildings in the town or something? Okay. I, being a godly man as well as a man of the law, ordered an investigation to be conducted at once. An hour's walk into the forest, we discovered the old woman's home, encircled with fencing of wood bound into twine. Rushing inside to the fruit cellar, we found her standing in the corner as if expecting our arrival. I saw no sign of the ritual and evidence of her working her craft. It made no difference. She had ample time to conceal her doings, and the children's testimony was damning enough. We bound the hag in shackles and carried her to meet justice. Goodneighbor leans back in his chair, deep in thought. He stands crossing to the window to stare out at the town. Goodneighbor aloud, foreboding. We must put this witch on trial and submit her to her punishment with utmost haste. Then it blacks out, and here we have a drawing. It looks like she's on trial here. Okay. Interior, Judge Goodneighbor's quarters at night. Goodneighbor angrily storms into the room. It is dimly lit by a single candle. A storm rages outside the window. His desk is cluttered with books. He sweeps his arms across the tabletop, throwing the mess to the floor. He sits and furiously begins to write. Writing. February 21st, 1785. Though the children of Blair exposed her deeds, the old woman had nothing to say on the matter. Even when I bellowed at her in a most thunderous voice to reveal her true purpose, she said nothing. Finally, I was left with no option but to take a hot poker to her skin. A reminder of the everlasting hellfire which awaits all those who refuse to repent. She did not so much as flinch. No mortal could have withstood the scarring pain of that fire, and so it was proven in her silence that she was indeed wed to the devil. The trial was complete. The windows blow open, extinguishing Goodneighbor's candle. The stage is dark. Goodneighbor says, shocked, damned storm. A flash of lightning briefly illuminates the room, revealing an old woman watching Goodneighbor as he closes the window. He doesn't seem to notice her. The room returns to darkness, and when good neighbor relights his candle, she is gone. He continues. Good neighbor writing. As I delivered the sentence, I expected some cry or protestation, and yet she sat staring at the wall with unfocused eyes. Come the morning, my companions and I shall bring the witch to a quiet place to carry out her sentencing. With a heavy sigh, good neighbor lays down his quill, and the scene fades to black. Interior, Judge Good Neighbor's quarters during the day. Good neighbor appears exhausted. He has heavy red scratches on the left side of his face and neck. His robes are torn and his boots are muddy. Good neighbor writing. February 22nd, 1785. And so the courts have done their work, and the law has been upheld. Desiring to place distance between ourselves and the fair town, we traveled until we came upon a huge bone-white rock. This is the part that this guy, Anthony, says is accurate, all the travel descriptions. They wanted to place a fair distance. They traveled until they came upon a huge bone-white rock. I suggested we complete the deed there, as it seemed as good a spot as any. However, we soon began to hear a terrible noise. It's during the day, so maybe they went out in the morning. We heard a terrible noise, the sound of hundreds of crows cawing in the distance. I judged the birds to be an hour from our position at the rock. In other words, one grid square. But their cries echoed in a most loud and ominous manner. Doubtless an omen. As they crowed in the distance, we pummeled the witch as punishment for summoning the beasts. Still, she made no sound. Though the witch was silent, the forest was not. The sound of cawing crows still echoed from a particular region of the forest itself, as if the land had taken on the cries of the birds and amplified them. They echoed. I think we read something about that. Wow, they beat the witch for summoning the sounds. The land had taken on the cries of the birds and amplified them 100-fold. As the others clutched their ears in pain and fear, I found myself clutching at my greatest comfort, a locket containing a lock of my dear wife Propriety's hair. Are we going to find out that Rosemary Kent is descended from Propriety and this family? They clutched their ears in pain and fear. He's clutching his greatest comfort, the locket of his wife's hair, to compose myself as I recited the Lord's Prayer. Unwilling to remain in the same vicinity as the beasts, we turned from our position at the rock and fled for 5 hours in total, going the opposite direction from which the cacophonous cawing had so ominously emanated. Okay, so they went in the opposite direction of the sound of the crows for 5 hours, 5 grid squares. When we fled the noise, I noted that a certain region of the forest contained a number of trees that appeared to have been ravaged by a large creature of some sort. And I warned my men to keep their wits about them. I was quite relieved when we left this particular area behind us. So they walked through the area with trees ravaged by some beasts. That's going to be the claw marks, remember? The claw marks on the trees. We read about one of those locations. Our group continued straight forward on the course we had set away from the terrible noise. Straight forward on the course. It sounds like they made a straight line away from the noise through these ravaged trees, and now they're still going straight. although we don't really trust the cardinal directions, north, south, west, or east. When the sounds of the crows had faded, and the forest was silent as the grave, save for the sounds of our party's footsteps, the witch finally broke her days-long silence. She requested that, were she to be left to die, she would be left in a grove of trees that she often sat amongst in moments of silent contemplation. We, being an honorable and compassionate group of men, obliged. She requested that if she's going to be left to die, she would be left in a grove of trees that she sat amongst. I guess that's the hollow in the forest. We agreed. She turned at a slight angle and led us in a new direction. So they go away from the crows, then everything goes quiet. Then we agree to put her in a grove, so she turns at a slight angle and leads us in a new direction, with myself directly at her back, keeping a keen eye out for any sign of treachery, and my men behind me. As we walked, I began to hear behind me my men murmur dreadful utterances about how we and our children would be doomed for our trespassing and our violence. I turned and ordered them to be quiet, but each and every man insisted that they had not uttered a word. After traveling for 2 hours in the witch's chosen direction, we camped upon a hollow with a white tree at its center. Ooh, that's the tree they killed her at. Okay, so they turned a slight angle, then they went for 2 hours, and they went to where the witch wants to die. I moved to bind the witch to the tree, a twisted, dying thing. Seeking out one final opportunity to sate her bloodlust, the witch clawed at my face and neck as I bound her, screeching all manner of hellish condemnation and tearing the locket from my neck. It was then that my companions fled, leaving me to carry out the deed on my own. Perhaps they feared she would soon break free of her bindings, and so I was left alone to complete the task. Her strength surprised me, but the power of all that is holy remained on my side, and I succeeded in my efforts to subdue her. I completed the deed, and, so full of fear that I momentarily forgot about the locket, turned my back on the witch to return home. As I left the hollow, I began to feel an agonizing sensation of burning on the back of my neck, as if 2 hot coals had been pressed into my very flesh. I did not turn around to see what was behind me. Instead, I began to run back to town, not slowing or turning back once for the entire journey. So he left his locket there, it sounds like. And he runs back home, never turns around. Regretfully, I must leave my beloved locket behind. A fear grips me that should I attempt to return to the forest again, I might not return home. From outside the window, the figure of an old woman in a dark and heavy cloak slowly approaches, watching Good Neighbor. Good Neighbor is writing, I comfort myself with the knowledge that the witch's twisted heart will lie far away from civilized society forevermore. Still, I confess, I cannot forget the sound of her final cries and the terrible curse she uttered with her last gasping breath. But I comfort myself with the knowledge that, at last, this hardness is behind us. Is it really, though? The old woman stands staring in through the window, no longer at Judge Good Neighbor, but at the audience. That's creepy. All right, so we got a bunch of good instructions here, a good directional clues. If we walk backwards, we know she was put in a hollow by the white tree. Surely that's where the carver is going to be, where the witch in that hollow, where he gets all his paper from and stuff. We're told we went 2 hours in the witch's direction. So we're told 2 hours and then 5 hours in total in the other direction when they heard the crows. So that could let us, and the scratching tree, that sound like bone white rock. Then they came upon a bone white rock. Said, why don't we do it here? Then they heard the crows. He thinks they're an hour from their position. So an hour away from the crows is the bone white rock. And then they turned from our position at the rock, fled 5 hours in total in the opposite direction from the cawing. So if you find the bone white rock and then the crowing is an hour away, they went the opposite direction for 5 hours. She says she has a place, we agree. We turn slightly and go in a new direction for 2 hours. All right. Where is the scratches on the trees? There. When we fled the noise, I noticed a certain region of the forest contained a number of trees, appear to be ravaged by a large creature. I was quite relieved when we left this particular area behind us. Our group continued straight forward on the course we had set. So 5 hours, then they hit the ravaged trees. Then they continue a little bit more, I guess. He says we went 5 hours in total, going the opposite direction. While we fled the noise, I noticed that a certain forest contained a number of trees. Okay, so 5 hours it sounds like should pass through the trees. This sounds like from this we might be able to even locate it. This might be enough. I wonder why we need all that other stuff. Jonathan says, I wonder if this play was a hit in this town. I don't think so. The end scene of the witch looking out at the audience is a little scary. Where was the scratched trees? I'm kind of curious about the scratched trees. It would have been near some trees. Those are the trees that make you want to jump in. Here the vermin. There's the tree claw mark. So the claw mark trees are here, I believe. Trees are scarred with claw marks. Okay, so if we put a mark here, clawed trees. Okay. Here's the crows. The crows feed at blood red dusk or something. Crows. Doesn't say they're making a huge amount of noise though. Hoard their bones. Here the vermin fester. Sky shines bright. The crows feed at blood-red dusk. Here the vermin fester. Hoard their bones. The wind goes through the skulls. Tears. Obviously, we need more information, but if that's where the clawed trees are, then they pass through that on a 5-hour trip that starts when they hear crows an hour away. So if these are the crows that are an hour away, vermin fester in the bleak sunlight. One, two, three, four, five. Then she turns. Yeah, I guess we don't have quite enough. But they go somewhere with a huge bone white rock. The crows are an hour away. Then they go 5 hours and they pass through the clawed trees. That would really suggest that they were over like here. Then they turn and go for 2 hours. Slight angle though. So maybe here or something. I don't know how exact any of this is supposed to be. All right, well, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, let me just put this away. This is an enjoyable puzzle, like trying to put together where on the map based on all these little clues, and this play was pretty cool. And maybe the cursive text fills in the gap. I think that makes sense. But now, before we return to that, I think we can tell now. Oh, I don't know. I was going to say we can tell we're not going to finish it this session, but I'm not 100% sure. But let's read this. Let's try to understand this, Jonathan, right? She wants me to build. There's a window in the attic. She told me the spot. Stick built, stone foundation. She needs a basement. She expects company soon. Cement exterior. She told me the spot. Not sure what that means. Do you think that we're going to find that the Kents are related to the good neighbors? We're going to have to figure out who Ned is. All right, let's look at this document. Here's Anthony writing a note to us. He says, "This is the architectural drawing, complete with a series of handwritten notes that's been on file at the museum ever since Kip's hardware depot collapsed in the mid-1940s due to a devastating infestation of parasites and mold that the original owners couldn't afford to repair." See if I can bring it into the good camera. Okay, from the 1940s. The lot stood empty until Mike and Bob's convenience store was built in 1951. It pains me to part with this piece of local history, but I don't think that anybody at the museum besides me will even notice its absence, and I know you're going to put it to good use. Architectural drawing, it's been on file ever since Kip's hardware depot collapsed. So is this building actually Kip's hardware store? Did it get rebuilt? What was the... Bob and Mike's convenience store was established in 1951, even though Mike and Bob are retired. So Mike and Bob's convenience store established in 1951, and this store, Mike and Bob's convenience store, built in 1951, still empty. Okay, so I think this building is actually... No, that's a little confusing. This is Mike and Bob's convenience store. That's surely not this, is it? Or maybe this is the plan. She wants me to build this on this spot. Interesting. Architectural drawing. It's on file since Kip's Hardware Depot collapsed. Kip's Hardware Depot, due to devastating infestation, stood empty until Mike and Bob's convenience store was built. Mid-1940s, Kip's Hardware Depot collapses. Then this is on file till the 50s. I see. The owners couldn't afford to repair. The lot stood empty until Mike and Bob's convenience store was built. So it sounds like at this location, this burned down or collapsed due to parasites. Then maybe this was drawn up to be put in its place, but it never went anywhere. Till the 50s, they built their store differently. Let's see. Mr. Kip. Mr. Kip. Okay. A fella stopped by the store as I was closing up just now. Damn near gave me a heart attack. Since I could have sworn that I'd already locked the front door. It was that guy who's been living out in the woods. Can't for the life of me remember his name, even though I swear that he introduced himself to me. Is this Carver? This will be from between 1940 and 1951 is when this conversation is taking place. He bought supplies, nails, shingles, things like that. Said that his place was damn near falling apart. Drew me a picture and made some notes so that I could get an idea of the scope of the project. Said he might come tomorrow morning for more supplies. Wanted to give you a heads up about it in case you're the only one in, because frankly, it doesn't seem to be entirely right in the head. He was caked in dirt, and there were all manner of rotting leaves and pieces of sticks tangled in his beard, and he kept trailing off in the middle of his sentences. But surprisingly, he had enough money, and with the way business has been lately, I can hardly turn a customer away. Ned. P.S. Where's all the scrap paper that we usually keep under the counter go? Went to look for something to write a note on, but this drawing was the only paper on hand. It's a little confusing. This drawing was the only paper I had in hand. Here's someone working for Kip's convenience store, which is here. In the 1940s or so. So someone comes in, it's a scary guy who says his house is going down. His place was damn near falling apart. Drew me a picture and made some notes so I could get an idea of the scope of the project. It's weird how it's saying this guy drew him a picture, but then this guy's saying hey, I'm writing this note on a piece of paper that had a drawing on it. So I'm a little confused about whether this is the drawing of the guy who came in, or just the drawing that was found at the store. Weird. Ned. And who is Ned? Here's Ned's next note. Mr. Kip, you're not going to believe this. Just now, I was closing down the store when I heard a dull scratching sound coming from the wall behind the register. Remember that last spring when the rats got in the walls? It sounded like that. So I headed to the basement to get the traps. I was only away for a few seconds, but when I came back upstairs, the hermit was in the store again. He was scraping something along the wall with a rusty old knife. I hollered at him to cut it out. He stopped, but he didn't even apologize. Just turned around and demanded that I sell him a shovel because she needed his basement to be deeper. Can't believe a guy like that managed to look like he carved a bunch of stick figures. Can't believe a guy like that managed to land himself a wife. Sorry. I had him pay an extra on account of the damage he did to the walls. Looks like he carved a bunch of stick figures. Would you mind painting over that when you get the chance? Heebie-jeebies just looking at the things right now. Signed, Ned. So this guy comes in, the hermit. He's scratching things on the wall. Looks like stick figures. They're that symbol we've seen before. The Blair Witch twig symbol. And he says, I need a shovel because, this is the hermit talking, I need a shovel because she needs his basement to be deeper. Jonathan says, sounds like they're talking about Roostin Parr. Oh, okay, well, that sounds like they're talking about that Carver guy, right? That's who you think is Roostin Parr from the other story. Or the basement, or maybe from the Blair Witch. Okay. Ned. And here's another note. Mr. Kip, guess I can just use this sheet as a running log of hermit updates. He visited again towards closing today. Said he needed an extra pair of hands to help him with a project because it needed to be done fast. Offered me a good amount of money to help him out on my day off from the store tomorrow, and I said yes. Thought I'd let you know just in case, and don't worry, I'll be bringing my hunting knife just in case he's really off his rocker, as people around town say. Mr. Kip, I know it's my day off, but I stopped to tell you to ban the hermit from the store. Guess you're out on your lunch break. But listen, the man is a menace. I met him on the edge of the forest at sunrise today to walk up to his house. We started on the path to the lumber mill, but soon veered off from the path entirely. We walked in one direction for what I would judge to be 5 hours. I see. This is a different place, I guess, than where the witch... The play was about where the hollow is. This is about where the hermit is. Where the hermit has got his house. So he says, we started on the path to the lumber mill. Okay, which we think is on our map. We soon veered off entirely. We walked in one direction for what I would judge to be 5 hours. As we walked, the hermit would occasionally mutter under his breath to himself like he'd completely forgotten that I was there at all. I could barely hear what he was saying, but I thought that I could make out something about heading towards the hoard of bones. Okay, I think we know where that is on our map. We eventually reached a stream, and when we did, it was like he suddenly remembered that I existed again. He turned to me and he started talking about how there's a part of the forest where she pinned the shadows in place with pine needles. Well, there is a section of our map that talks about shadows and pines, I think. And that he made sure to build his place as far away from there as he could. He said his cabin was another 3 hours down the river. Away from the still shadows, he told me that I should count myself lucky. All right, I remember something about still shadows. That I wouldn't have to see those shadows just yet. And this is his last thing. Maybe it was just because I was spooked, but in the moment, it sure as heck sounded like a threat. I made some excuse about forgetting that my ma wanted me home by lunch and said that I couldn't help him out with his repairs after all. Then I all but ran back to town. I just thought you should know that I'm not going to be serving him anymore. If he comes into the store again, I'm just going to hide out in the basement until I hear him leave. I know that's not very professional, but it's the only thing I think I'll be able to do if I see him again, and that's God's honest truth. I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Kip. All right, so he's just using this document to write notes on. I don't know if this has any significance to us. It's weird that we've got this thing. It seems like this is just what he's writing on because he found this at the store. The question is, why is it at the store? Is it just because it was a hardware store? Kip's Hardware Depot collapsed in the 40s. Stood empty till Mike and Bob's convenience store was built in 51. Handwritten notes been on file since 1941. Okay, so this could be anywhere up to 1941. We don't know how soon before there, but it seems like this was just on file there for some reason. We don't know if there's any significance to it, but this guy's just using it to lead notes. And he talks about how he was going to the hermit's house, directions in the forest to the hermit's house. The hermit who murdered children was mentioned in the brochure in box 1 or 2. I'm not sure why they don't just call him Rustin Parr. I think that's his name from the film. So maybe this hermit is the person who's killed people and the witch just got blamed? Don't know. So in the play, we've got the directions that the villagers took to kill the witch into our hollow with the white stump. And here we've got directions to this hermit's house, who sounds like he's a real nutter. So both of those directions might be enough to pinpoint both of those locations, both the location of the witch and the location of the hermit. Jonathan thinks we can find information about those hermit murders in one of the brochures in the 40s. I think that's probably a good idea to check on that we might even get more location clues. So the play gives us a location of where the witch was murdered. This hardware store letter gives us information about where the hermit lived. And then we've got these search parties that give us information about how the search parties traveled around. So even if we knew exactly where the hermit lived and exactly where the witch was killed, we don't know which of those two would be where Carver's hideout is. No, it kind of sounds like he's the hermit. And it says, and the hermit says she wants those things, probably talking about the witch. I agree. He's like possessed by the witch. He's following her instructions. All right, so the last thing for us to read here is to finish reading the cursive documents about the search party people. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of that, and there's a very cool, scary diagram on the last page. All right, let's go through these, at least start going through these. And it seems like we're probably going to end the session before trying to solve this, I think. Although there might not be that much left to do after we solve its location. So, I mean, let's just go through these and see where we get and how we feel. All right, so here we are reading, we're back to the... That was in 1940 or so, or we don't know how much earlier than 40, but it couldn't have been more recent than 40s. But these search party stuff are from the 1880s. Abolitionist masters. All right, let's go through this. Unless there's anything you want to talk about before we do. Okay, back in town now. Spent the day in the forest once again. Traveled something past the... Traveled several hours past the Bone White Rock, where we ended our search yesterday. But still no avail. 14 able-bodied men, volunteers from town, who know the area and its peculiarities well, have not been able to find any sign that another human being has ever been in this woods at all. It was tragic, yet not unsurprising, when that young girl became lost in the forest. It still disturbs me to the utmost degree, however, to think that the first group of men to search for her should disappear as well. We heard about this story, I think. One group went in to find the girl, and they were lost. And then one group came out, and that's this guy's group. We, the 14 members of the second search party, count our friends and brothers and sons amongst the lost, and we have found neither hair nor hide of them, and not of the girl herself for 2 days now. The only discovery of note thus far was that of a puddle of some viscous substance that none of us could rightly identify. One man nearly lost a boot when he accidentally stumbled into it, so it's kind of like quicksand. Though I do not put much stock in the ghost stories used to frighten children in these parts, I still become deeply unsettled when I set foot into the forest. I feel as though a weight has been pressed down upon my shoulders and a pair of eyes has focused on the back of my neck. We will take up the search once again at sunrise. I hope that tomorrow's efforts bring us great success. So it may matter what time they're doing all of this, so I'm going to make note of that too. March 15th, next day. Miss Robertson, who misjudged a step in that strange puddle, Mr. Robertson, returned this morning with a pair of borrowed boots. He complained that although he had hung his boots above the fire all night, they continued to be soaked with the strange substance he stepped into. Near the end of the day's search, a member of our party called upon us to report that he had found a human tooth embedded into the gnarled stumps of a white tree when he had attempted to sit down to rest upon it. The men wasted almost an hour of daylight debating the tooth, half insisting it was indeed human, while half swore it appeared to belong to an animal. Was this the tooth on the bracelet that was given to Liam? One young man named Thomas Gillard. Okay, we know that name, Gillard. Harriet Gillard is still in town. One young man named Thomas Gillard was frightened beyond belief by it, trembling like a leaf in a gale, as he insisted that the witch had set something upon us, had set her gaze upon us. All right, let me make this so you can see it. I stayed silent, as I did not know what I believed. We found nothing of note, and when we returned to town, it was with heavy hearts and slumped shoulders, especially when we spied curious children and wistful wives watching us return utterly empty-handed. We all went to our homes shaken and shamed. I'm certain I will not be the only man tonight praying for some sign of the missing men. Jonathan says, I think the first group wound up murdered. Yeah, I think we're going to see a picture of them on the last page of this. March 16th. Okay, here's the next day. Thomas Gillard refused to return to the woods today. When the 13 of us came to collect him, we found that he had barred his doors and hung a cross in his window and refused to speak to any of us. We embarked without him. Though we encountered neither monsters nor witches, strange events did occur during today's search. While I am by no means ready to join Mr. Gillard in his belief concerning witchcraft, I feel I must describe the day's events to assist my own understanding. We began our day much the same as we always had, by spreading out in a fountain intended to cover as much ground as possible. By spreading out in a fountain intending to cover as much ground as possible, we left perhaps 40 feet between each man. To properly cite any potential clues, I can recall with absolute clarity Mr. Josiah Johnson one party's something standing to my direct left. Our party's leader, maybe? Josiah Johnson, our party's leader, standing to my direct left. We came upon the large white rock once again. We're about to set out from the store when when I noticed a faint sound. I listened closely to locate the source of the sound, and though it eluded me, it soon became apparent the sound itself was that of a man calling for help. I turned to my left to alert Josiah, but saw another man instead. Mr. Johnson was now standing to my right, although I had not once veered from my course, nor had I seen another man cross my path. Okay. I attempted to alert Mr. Johnson and the others of the noise. No other man seemed able to hear it. though it was only increasing in volume and desperation. Despite this, the men swore to me that the forest was silent as the grave. It was then I began to hear the voice screaming out my name. I insisted that we follow it. Yikes. I must have seemed either quite sincere or quite desperate, because Mr. Johnson agreed to break from our planned course. From where we stood at the large white rock, we followed the stream toward the sound I heard. Almost as soon as we changed course, we came across a pile of dead rodents. Almost as soon as we changed course, pile of dead rodents. I think we read about the dead vermin. 10 or more. They appeared to have died fighting one another, as the flesh was torn to shreds. We walked 2 hours in that direction, in that same direction, the smell of their rot seeming to linger with us long after we had passed them. Then, as we neared a fork in the stream, we sighted a wisp of smoke in the distance. We've heard about someone seeing smoke before, at an angle from our current course. I wonder if this is the smoke from the hermit's house. It surprised us, especially myself. I have been a resident of the town of Burkittsville for a better part of 20 years, and with the exception of certain old wives' tales, there have been no accounts of anyone taking up residence this far out in the woods. We turned slightly to head towards the smoke. We traveled 3 hours through ancient oak trees. 3 hours through ancient oak trees. I remember thinking the sound of the wind, remember there's a description of wind sound, through the trees sounded not unlike the whispering of an old woman. And then I realized that I did not feel any wind upon my face. I was about to comment on the strange phenomena of the wind to the other men when I spotted the cabin. The home was a small structure in ill repair. The smoke we had seen lingered in a haze around the house, though we could not see its source. This is very creepy. They found a cabin in the woods. A lot of people have seen smoke from it, where they think no one should be living. Oh, okay. We went close to inspect it, which required us to navigate a very short stretch of hilled terrain. One side of the house was interrupted. Our sight line of the house was interrupted by one of these hills. So they had to go navigate a short stretch of hill terrain. Our sight line was interrupted by one of these hills. So they had to go around a hill to get to it. And when we managed to something the hill, it's something with ending with a T. When we managed to something the hill itself and regain what should have been a direct sight line, the structure was gone. We checked the entire area, but not a single one of us could find any trace of the cabin again. The stream of smoke remained in the sky directly above where the cabin should have been. So they went around it, and then it wasn't there. Mr. Johnson insisted that the sighting of the cabin and the smoke must have been no more than a trick of one's own mind, experienced by men something to our desperation. Though I took a small delight in not being the only man glimpsing some sort of phenomena, I could not help but think something of Thomas Gillard sitting in the safety of his home. Could not think enviously of the guy who refused to come back out. Okay, we're almost done here. March 17th. 2 members of our party vanished during our search. The first was Mr. Robertson, who seemingly disappeared into thin air half an hour after we crossed into the woods. Some other men turned to call for him. I do not recall who, and then that calling intensified to a frenzy, and soon the whole search party was running and searching for him. Some suggested he may have turned around and headed home as Mr. Gillard had, but a moment later we set eyes upon a small bundle of sticks and with a set of slime-covered bootlaces. Mr. Michaels disappeared shortly after. He volunteered to head back to town to see if he could find Mr. Robertson. As it turns out, he never completed his journey. When the remaining 11 of us returned at the end of a fruitless day, it was the screaming and hysteria of the town. Apparently, sometime during our excursion, someone had placed small wooden effigies in the shape of men on the doorsteps of Robertson and Michael's homes, just like the person put the things on Rosemary's home. Though I did not know either of those men well, I'm deeply affected by their strange and sudden loss. Mr. Gillard made the right decision when he chose to stay out of the woods. Okay, we'll just finish this up, and we've got another page, but it's got mostly diagrams, and then we'll take a break. March 18th, 1886. Last night, I dreamt that I was alone in the woods in the dead of the night. As I stumbled around in the dark, I noticed 2 lights in the distance. They hovered among the trees for a long moment before being snuffed out, leaving me totally alone once again. I cannot help but believe them to be the souls of Robertson and Michaels, lost inside the labyrinthian wood, or perhaps they were a pair of eyes. I woke this morning covered in sweat with 2 small pinpricks along the back of my neck. They continuously bled no matter the amount of pressure I placed upon them. I tell myself again and again that it must be nothing other than the spot where I had pricked myself from a thorn on a branch during yesterday's search. After summoning all of my remaining courage, I joined the search party once again. We numbered 5 in total today, as half the remaining men have refused to join in again. Looks like they're going to find the previous bunch. Okay. About 3 hours into the day, Mr. Johnson claimed to have caught sight of a footprint. My hopes were momentarily lifted, and I ran to see his discovery. However, I tripped on the way over and hit my mouth on a rock that lay on the forest floor
biting my tongue as I fell. My mouth filled with blood, which then soon began to dribble onto my clothing. I soon realized that the rock had knocked one of my teeth out. Had knocked one of the teeth out of my mouth, although I could not find it anywhere on the forest floor. Perhaps I swallowed it in my confusion and pain.
No, you didn't swallow it. We had the group that found it, right? Where did we read about the group that found the tooth? Was it not in this same search? Or was it the other group that found the tree, the tooth? Yeah, look at this. That's spooky. Look at this. Okay, just to show you, this is a cool spooky story. So on March 15th, they found a human tooth embedded into the gnarled stump of a white tree. And they debated whether it was human. And then this guy trips and hits his mouth on a rock and loses a front tooth. I'm just going to put tooth here and tooth here. Boy, that's creepy. Perhaps I swallowed it in my confusion and pain. To add insult to injury, it soon became apparent that there had been no footprint on the ground at all. The men did what they could to aid me, but we decided to call the day's search shot, as we deemed it unwise to something and allow me to return to town alone. Unwise to something, let the guy go back to town alone. We returned minutes before something, although there should have been, by all accounts, 3 hours of daylight remaining. We returned minutes before sunset, but there should have been more time remaining. Okay, March 22nd. So that was March 18th. And then 4 days later, I have waited several days to collect myself, and I feel as though it is time that I recount what our party discovered on the 7th day of our search. We did indeed find the missing men from the first search party, but it was in no condition any man should be found. I would not wish the violence that was inflicted upon them upon my worst enemy. We discovered them by the same large white rock we saw on our very first day of scouring woods. So this group of people are by the large white rock. They were long dead and had been butchered like animals, all laid out upon the rock in some unnatural formation that I can only assume to be some form of satanic glyph, as it matches the symbols drawn onto their bodies in intermingled blood. The authorities have arranged a search for a madman or men and posted guards on the road to town. The guards have to remain there at all hours, but something tells me the perpetrators will elude their grasp. Something tells me they cannot be grasped at all. And this is like arranged in a little pentagram, some kind of star thing, or maybe it's that stick figure. And carved into them, and it looks like there might be hills here. Boy, that's a spooky story. I don't want to be going into the story anytime in the near future after all this. All right, so we're going to take a break. We'll come back and decide what we want to do. It's 5:45. We could spend another hour on the map figuring out where places were, or we could take a break and start again tomorrow. We'll come back in 8 minutes and talk about it. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It's 10 to 6 a.m., 5:50 a.m. Friday night. We've been recording for 6 hours and 40 minutes or so. And we were just discussing at the end of the last break, we finally finished reading all of these horrific stories of search parties in the forest and people losing teeth and bleeding and disappearing and ooze stepping in. And then at the end, these 5 people from the previous search party found, carved up. Just terrifying stuff. So we were discussing in the chat, having read everything, finally read everything, and we've got 3 different descriptions of traveling to places, whether we should try to solve this puzzle now of figuring out where Carver is, or whether we should postpone it till the next session. Jonathan says, I'm ready for a break. If Jesse wants to continue working on the puzzle, it's fine. I'm not sure how well we can help with this puzzle through a stream. Jesse could walk us through his solution at the start of next stream. Anna says, I'm fine with that. Okay, so given that just Anna and Jonathan are here for now, I'll take that as a vote to stop here. However, regarding Jonathan's comment about I'm not sure how much you can help, I do think there's going to be some constraint satisfaction in us figuring out where places are. But I do want to push back a little bit on the idea that you're not going to be able to help, because I think we've got 3 separate sort of puzzles to solve. One is using these descriptions of locations, figuring out where things are, these important places are on the map. And we've got a couple of important places. We've got the tree stump and hollow, where the witch was killed and Hudson hung out. Then we've got the hermit's house. And then we've got this White Skull Rock that seems to be important, and maybe where the first search party was killed. The second related part of that is whether, like everything we've read about travel, seems, if we were going to recreate that to figure out where things are, seems like that would be a fairly standard approach. But then we are told about how you can't measure distances and properly. So I'm not sure if that means we have to worry about recovering places. But then the third part of the puzzle that I really think I will need help with is understanding from everything we've read, which of those places Carver is using as his hideout. We walked into this session thinking it's going to be where the witch lives. But now I'm thinking maybe it's the cabin of the hermit. I'm thinking this guy is that hermit. So I'm going to need your help with that. So what we'll do is we'll continue tomorrow, and we'll try to find out what these locations are, and then talk through where to send Rosemary, where we think Carver is hanging out, assuming we can find all those places. So we'll end it here. I'll see you tomorrow, same time, 11 p.m., and we will resume this case, which is pretty scary. And hopefully we can bring some peace to Rosemary. I'll see you tomorrow.